just yet. So now, let's see if the slow poke into the tower will work out. It does look like they should be able to get it, because Essence have lost their position. And another smoke. Does this feel a bit forced to you? I'm not really sure what they're trying to do with it.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit forced. I figured if they wanted to do this, maybe they'd think about like Roshan. I suppose
maybe the Tormentor, right?
Tormentor is a safe bet. They'll just go for it. A nice safety net for themselves. Lots of gold to pump out. And the side of Essence are way too far across the map to contest. So nice freebies come out. Doesn't take too long with the damage output they have, as they will get that gold flow and 3k lead coming off of that. But a free shard on Joe Camp. As they will still be in position to still defend here as well. Although, mind you, again, those teamfight spots are still up here on the side of Essence.
And WS is out. They do glimpse him back, forgetting about it. The Disruptor is not something that is played too much nowadays, so people tend to make these mistakes. Let's see. Tower. They need to wait for WS, it seems. Siege creep. Once it does go down, then this tower will be safe, so I feel like Talon have done their job. Took the Tormentor, defended the tower. They still control the mid lane.
Managed to keep it alive for now. It does cost them the macro power, but maybe not the most important spell. Rokam. Oh! Jump over the fence.
Yep, can do it with the sharpshooter. A lot of the things cannot bring you over the fence or the field, but the ulti seems to be doing a job. And Akashi now will be joining in. So when the Medusa joins in, that's
not the most important spell. Rokam. Oh! Jump over the fence.
Yep, can do it with the sharpshooter. A lot of the things cannot bring you over the fence or the field, but
one has to ask.
the ulti seems to be doing a job, and Akashi now will be joining in. So when the Medusa joins in, that's
not the most important spell. All these games, Rokam. Jump over the fence. PA traps. All these
can do it with the sharpshooter. A lot of the things cannot bring you over the fence or the field,
but one has to ask.
the ulti seems to be doing a job, and Akashi now will be joining in. So when the Medusa joins in, that's
not the most important spell. All these games, Rokam. Jump over the fence. PA traps. All these
can do it with the sharpshooter. A lot of the things cannot bring you over the fence or the field.
To be fair, that is a very silly combination to see online, at the least.
Man, whenever I see Searing Signet, I feel like in a lot of heroes that pick it up, it's just too strong, right? I thought in C that it is gonna be tweaked.
Oh, it's the best. Sometimes it's one of the ones that you maybe keep into your Q3 if you don't really see anything worthwhile. It's like, it's worth keeping. It's so dumb. Actually, that's the best part of this patch for me. I think the neutrals are probably the most interesting change. It makes it feel very much like an RPG. As they will start to RPG their way into a large boss that is Roche, but they back off as the smoke comes in, in essence.
They still don't have that butterfly on Akashi. It's still super strong WS. So many times we've seen them go for him. Let's see how tanky he really is. Not tanky enough to survive that one. And with the blink, that's going to be a reveal from them. Some of them still inside of the Wukong's man trying to go. That is a beautiful positioning for the macro power. And now you have to go through all of that damage if you want to fight this one. However, the Medusa standing inside of the macro power doesn't care. Mac, how? Wait, that was a very short boundless strike move with the shard. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, it looked a little bit funky. Still, they managed to take control, and again, just take 2 freebies for nothing. The durability for WS just isn't fully realized yet, especially up against magic damage. This does still allow them to take Roche. They did force out all the big ults. So despite losing 2 for nothing, Roshan is open with a PA with Desolator up. With the drum to Salam going on the top, this does not take too long.
For the Monkey King, he's not going to be escaping through this one, even with the shard. He is going to be taken out. Just too many slows between the 3 of them. Now WS is going to be slowed himself. Akashi talked about it. Has the butterfly. Bushwhack though to prevent his damage. And now Talon are going to be going forward. What are you going to do with all your ultis? WS says nothing. There will be a kinetic fence also pushed back by the repulsion. But with the glimpse, they need to take him away. Talon now going to be joining with their cores as well. Looking towards the Medusa, already losing half of her mana with the escape back. They're going to try to save him, but he's losing mana rapidly. However, he's also doing a massive amount of damage. Akashi is not somebody who can fight right now. Has half of his mana left. He's all alone, him and the died without the Ravage, doesn't really help all that much, but they're trying to remove his armor once again. Mikoto back to the land of the living after Aegis has been taken, thinking about going forward. Akashi with his Stone Gaze, gonna be stunning him up. Now you have to think twice about it because the Monkey King will be back.
And they do back off of that. A really good in and out. I like how they're trying to poke down on Akashi, but this butterfly is causing issues for the damage transference on Natsumi. Just doesn't have a way to pierce through that evasion despite all of that squishiness being applied with the goo coming in. And with how low respawns are, they just can't afford to take the prolonged fight. Big win for Essence in that they did manage to take care of the secondary life on Mikoto relatively quick. So you don't have any big tricks lined up for Talon and forcing a wider team fight. Ultimates are slowly coming back online as well. Stone Gaze is the one that's down for a little bit longer, but Ravage only 20 seconds away. Almost. You do have some timings to play with here on Essence. Talon still maintain that 3k lead, but this Medusa at this point in the game is just a little bit too strong. Top of the net board for Akashi, going into Shadow Blade for some in and out escapes. You've got to find a way to just melt through the mana, and again, you don't have a straightforward answer to that here until you have a way of piercing through that evasion. I do like that WS is just looking to go into the Ghost Scepter for some self-saves on hand at the very least. Maybe can start to consider a little bit more of the aura coming in later on. It does feel like the magical poke is pretty significant, all things considered. Like you're playing into some pokes on Thunderstrike. There's the Static Storm that can do quite a fair bit in these prolonged fights as well. The snake can be quite annoying flying around. So there is some value, and it feels like WS is mainly melting to some big spells being thrown at him, but he is taking that commitment only onto him for the most part here. 11 to 8.
How do you feel about him wanting the Ghost Scepter and the Blade Mail? Right? Is that is that kind of weird?
It is very weird. Like I feel like the Halberd alone takes care of the physical output. Again, when you watch him getting right click down, he's not dying. He's dying from magic. So I think you ditch the Ghost Scepter, go for the Blade Mail, and I don't know, go Eternal Shroud to keep spell spam up, or pipe to save your team. Like either one kind of boosts your durability by a huge amount, and you're kind of happy to just play that same way with being able to at least survive a little bit longer and spam some more spells out. And he is opting for the Blade Mail first, maybe just kind of keeping this idea of Ghost Scepter on hand as a pocket pick, maybe considering something like a little bit quirky, but maybe something like E-Blade just for some saves, or another disarm source. I think that would be a very cool thing, just to kind of kite around Akashi as much as possible. Perhaps that could be the consideration. It would take a long time for that to come online, though, as we do get another pause. Microphone issues for Akashi, and Natsumi takes this chance to disconnect himself. Very clever.
Well, reconnect. I don't know. I have never experienced it, but some people, I mean, a lot of people are saying when the game starts progressing in Dota, that FPS just drops. I don't know if you ever had issues with that.
I have actually had it, and I've got like a 5800 X3D and a 3080. So it's been kind of annoying. It's not it's not that my frame rate goes down. There's just some major stuttering that hits in by my fourth game. Like non-stop. If I don't close the client and I'm into game 4 or 5, I get some really bad stutters. Like the game freezes for at least a second. And it's not lagging. It just freezes. The render pipeline freezes up. I'm not sure what it is. But something happened. It's been like that in the past. I'm not sure why.
Okay. Either way, it is a 4k gold lead for Talon. The Medusa is still at the top, so we'll see how well he can play. It is now the timing where the Medusa is probably at her strongest. Maybe once you get the third item, when you have that damage item as well, he's deciding to go for a Silver Edge. But how does this look to you? Do you think Essence, with the current state of the game, are feeling confident, or is this a bit problematic for them?
I think they're in a decent spot. I don't think it's too scary for them to play into. At the same time, I don't think Talon's feeling too uncomfortable just yet either. The moment you do get the Silver Edge up on Akashi, that's when WS's entire playstyle does disappear, though. So that is the main thing. Like, this timing on Silver Edge Medusa will kind of destroy what WS has been trying to do, which is stand forward and cop a lot of damage to get some Snot Rocket going. You can't do that when you're broken up. So I think that's when you start to get concerned for Talon. For now, you're happy enough. I don't think Essence, again, is too worried. They've got good scaling with 2 cores. Even the Tidehunter can kind of opt for a wacky build. If the game drags into the point where we're seeing everyone hit level 25, there's some wacky shenanigans the Tidehunter can get up to. Let's say a Harpoon
Speaking of
down the
wacky
line.
builds, the Monkey King is going for Manta Radiance. I've been seeing this quite a lot. How do you like it in this game? Is it?
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense into Beastmaster, into TA, even into Bristleback, who eventually will want to use Warpath for the damage that he does get for some right clicks. The Radiance will kind of neutralize all of that. It also makes it tougher for Mikoto to blink if you're already in an aggressive position there for Mac. So finding the angle in with the Beastmaster is a lot tougher. It makes a lot of sense. It's a really strong pickup for Mac once he does hit it. Issue is it's coming out a little bit late, because again, he kind of went for your typical Mage Slayer into Manta first, Radiance coming afterwards. Its impact will still be felt, but at least you'll have a couple of Radiances if need be. You can kind of sit it out just a little bit more and not be as concerned overall about the blind chance, at least on the aura. 5k lead built up by Talon, BKB flying up for Natsumi. Already have the BKB for Mikado as well. And WS does end up with a Ghost Scepter with a Halberd Blade Mail, as they will go for a smoke out on Talon's end. This is the window where they need to play. Again, if you reach this point where Akashi has a Silver Edge, you'll basically nullify WS. Like, he is not a hero at that point. And you kind of need to play before that point, because you are reliant on him just spreading the goo, getting the Snot Rocket going.
Okay, pushback off. There's the boomerang as well. The damage output is insane. Even with the mech usage, Ringmaster gets annihilated in a second. Talon is a good way for them to start the fight. Also, bottom lane TPs are already happening. The Beastmaster is there, smoked up, ready to find the Monkey King. His smoke will break, try to get down the trees, doesn't get the right one, and the Monkey King will escape. Mac should be fine. Oh! Okay, that was a bit too close for comfort, but still okay.
Very calculated out from Mac, of course, knowing how far he can get away there. They are stalling for time quite nicely. Like, Talon aren't really getting too much. All they found is the support. They're trying to chip in onto tier 2s, but the response has been pretty quick. Creep Wave is coming in bot, so Natsumi has this angle down here at the very least. But they've got their own angles up top. At the very least, Talon has some vision, so they see Ponyo, they see Mac kind of farming up there. Could look for a defensive play onto that tier 2 if they so wish, while pushing down bot.
You feel that everybody is just so freakishly farmed in this game. And look at the Medusa TA they're approaching. Okay, TA has her level 20. Medusa getting close to that one as well. And then we have his Beastmaster, also the teleport. Well, he might die. Oh, nice BKB just in time to survive.
Does force out a pretty big spell. So Talon probably not going to be gunning for this tier 2 defense up top. Already retreating Cuckoo out as well. They did manage to find bot with all of the space given out to Natsumi. But that is going to be an even tower trade overall coming out here. On the matters of farm, yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of juggling that farm well. It's a bit surprising Max kind of behind, but he is the guy kind of running around trying to make space. Matching WS's farm at the very least. Cox is pretty underfarmed for what he is, though. That's going to be the breaking point. As another tormentor gets taken, Cuckoo gets his freebie, so he does get to have the double Liquid Fire and the Liquid Frost now online for him to play with. A little bit more presence out if he is allowed to right-click a couple of times there. And a little bit of a slower game. 11-9, we're 20 kills into a 26-minute game. It has been relatively quiet. But okay.
Well, gets out in time. Staff getting away for the from the grasp. Also, that Monkey King almost bringing down the Beastmaster earlier. We saw it, but of course without the Wukong's command now he's not gonna be as dangerous. How's the next Roche looking for you? Who's gonna have the advantage there?
Talon almost always will have the advantage purely off of that third eye. You know exact timing, and if they find his kill, it would be an even bigger advantage.
Nice sharpshooter there towards him. The roar is not back up just yet. Very nice push. Oh, they get the slow in as well. The roar gets used, but the escape act is there as well. Ice Path in the macro power with the Meg. They're gonna try to keep him alive. No, bushwhack will be enough to take him out. Ponyo trying to find a target to glimpse back, but now they're going to be running towards him, and that is where the Disruptor struggles. Very nice fence there, not allowing Natsumi to get close. but this other one is just gonna be used so that the rest of his team can survive. Bushwhack almost on the money, but the Medusa gets out, or rather the Tide gets out just in time.
Managed to get the most out for Talon now. Just again a bit forward there on Mac, but he's having to play as at front line here, as Cox is even less farmed than he is. Trying to utilize the Monkey King as best as they can. All their farm is just poured out for Akashi. And talking about that freakish farm, I think the sacrifices Essence are making for that freakish farm are substantial. Like having a Monkey King this under farm, considering how much WS has just been dying, and considering how well Mac's mid lane was going early on, is pretty big. I think that is some cause of concern here. Talon again can also set up for Roshan. We've got that turret eye up. Not that many stacks of Deso damage on Natsumi, but enough. Kind of get that going. 11 to 11, 12k lead for Talon maintaining. And Essence for their part, they have to be really smart. Again, he went Silver Edge here on Akashi. You can't just jump a Hoodwing, which is what they did a while ago, before that fight broke out closer to the tier 1 area. You have to break WS. Like, even if he's not a massive threat, the fact that he gets this goo off is really the big issue. And this is actually a game where you could have made an argument for undulation on Dusa, just because you're playing into Bristle. Like, not being slowed down by all these goo stacks, provides some angles for Akashi to move himself in and out. Chase with
He's gonna try to TP away, and Stone Gaze was still going strong. He knows when he... was there a place for him to TP to? Not really. With every tower, he would have turned himself towards the Medusa, unfortunately.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah. He at least managed to force out that Stone Gaze, which isn't the longest cooldown, but it is a tool taken away for a team fight. Mind you, not having more for Talon also means that you really just shouldn't take this engagement. And the right ideas are being found here by Essence. They can't allow this next Rosh, so they have to take a fight while they've got that advantage here before Roshan set.
They are running into traps though, so you are gonna be going into an area that does being controlled by the other side of Akashi. Seeing Joe Ken breaking as well, forced Steph to run himself away. The scroll will find that WS running forward the Silver Edge. He really doesn't feel that scared. Push back, moves away. Staff is managed to be careful. Nice glimpse, static field, static storm, static fence rather, will be blocking out his way. Very nice usages overall coming out from this disruptor.
Talon again don't find anything meaningful there. They did manage to get the reuse of the Silver Edge for the break after forced kind of break again. But you do have Mikado back off. Beastmaster's ready to go. And they don't have Static Storm to be worried about. Stone Gaze is up with Ravage, so that could be an issue here. Find some way to get this going for Talon. As Roshan is up, they can't allow that to kind of just be handed over to Essence.
Moving to the bottom lane. That would be a good target to start it off on, but Bushwhack off the mark instantly. They will be going for the Hoodwing. Can Boundless Strike. He's dead. He had the Force Staff and the Ghost Scepter, neither of which will get used. Fastest approach. Okay, so Cox will catch himself. Do you want to fight this?
Could try to be cheap with Mikado, but it's a massive risk into 5 range free to back you up. Not gonna be able to get that done. That is Roche being handed with the banner over to Essence. Very smart. Again, they had to take that fight with a numbers advantage while Mikado was down. Talon don't really have that much playmaking. Like, without that roar, you don't really have the best setups. You have some unreliable setups with, say, Akron Shot, Bushwhack, or the Ice Path and just connect. But it's easier said than done. 14 to 18, 8k lead, hang for Talon. But if you take a look at the graphs, win probabilities hang on to Essence. In fact, it's been 62% at the start of the game somehow. I feel like it was the same situation last time, so I don't know if it's, I don't know how. I wish we had a breakdown as to how this graph works, how the Dota Plus win probability graph works, but it seems to have always been leaning towards Essence, and I can't fault them. Talon does feel like they have to put the work in. They've got the MKV on Natsumi, so piercing through that Dusa is a lot easier. They just need to find a way to actually take a team fight, which doesn't feel that simple. Especially with that full disperser up on Akashi, having that self-suppress on is going to be nice. A basic dispel to wash off that Q and do a lot of work.
Oh, they are going to be looking towards Cox, breaking him up. the skate back just in time. So Ravage is still going to be there as a threat. That the blade mail sparring will be using the disarm. Soon they're going to pull him back with the glimpse, just not allowing his Bristleback to live. Yusa, even without the mana, really not that big of a deal, but they're looking towards the tide. Roar being used instantly. Flubber takes it off, but it is enough for them to get the kill. Both of the offlaners have been taken out, and if they could take away this Medusa Aegis, that would have been a perfect one for Talon. Unfortunately, not going to be happening.
Wait. Well, still, you're in a decent spot for Talon. You did manage to, again, get everyone to commit onto WS first. This feels like the game plan they've been running the entire time. That's going to be harder to do once this full BKB is up. But for now, it is already causing a lot of issues, right? You have to throw out the static, you have to throw out the Wukongs. That means there's so much leeway for the rest of Talon to hang back, wait for all those spells to kind of fade away, get your angle in, and clean up from there. Oh.
Has been found. They do go for the choice in the end. He didn't go for the radius for staff. TP out. Cuckoo. Somehow he does survive this. Oh no, he doesn't. Glimpse from Ponyo just in time.
Just in mid-time there for Ponyo. Does have a keen-eyed enchantment on his neutral as well. So a little bit of to play Mac.
Yeah, he's gonna be in trouble. Surviving attack still flying through on him. But even with the Acorn shot, it is not gonna be enough. He still survives. Natsumi, he did pop his BKB. Now he has to run. Mac, you have to be very, very careful when approaching this TA.
What you do? You barely managed to scrape by, but has managed to do so. And with a BKB down on Natsumi, it's going to be a little bit awkward to look for anything. Mikado is getting some good split push going for himself. Again, you have to appreciate the wards coming out here from Essence into the triangle. Nice and aggressive, keeping good track of everything. Sentries down all across the board just to keep track of the traps as well. And for Talon, it feels like everything hinges on WS actually getting this BKB. I think this guy has to survive. Like, it's not enough for him to force these spells out. He has to actually live long enough past the initial onslaught to get some value out for his team. Like, he has an AC. They need that AC aura to soften up these targets for the TA even more. You can't just die here in WS. See what the ADs are with the smoke out, though. Mikado, I mean, he's still pushing down bot. He does have a TP, but you don't have that roar initiation just yet to play here.
Yakashi wants the tower and gonna be able to get it. Bushwhack, nice dodge with the Manta. Not sure if that was even needed, but he's up for another minute, so Yusa should be fine, even if they go for him right now on Talon. Yes, up front. They're gonna try to go for Cox. And the escape back every single time. On point, the break is there. Onto the Bristleback. They're gonna try to kill him. Dead in the water, keeping him in place. He is gonna be turning his back towards the Medusa. It still doesn't matter. The damage up to this Medusa is way too high. They take away his mana. Still has the use just for 30 seconds. So Akashi doesn't feel the threat at all. Damage was used. So Talon might decide to go forward with some traps. Doesn't seem likely. Too low on resources.
Not quite. Without that roar, like you have 100% force a fight. At the very least, Aegis will expire, so you don't have that to worry about. But it took so much to just drag Akashi to this point.
Those Ghost Scepters are really coming in handy. Who's gonna be buying the Nullifier? I feel like Beastmaster might have. Oh, Monkey King, too deep. Escape back every single time. The saves from the Ringmaster are coming through. Ice Path gonna be keeping them at bay. A very nice positioning. These choke points with the Jakiro spells have been a good spot for Talon to fight, but never did they utilize it to its full potential.
No, not quite. And then you are seeing the damage issues come in for Talon. Like, with WS dying too fast, again, he can't leverage this goo as much as he'd want. There's a lot of dispels up on the side of Essence that they have to worry about when that Bristleback dies, because the goo's not going to linger for long enough for Natsumi to try to melt these heroes. You do need the nullifiers to kick in. The BKB. I think WS with BKB is a different hero up front, and it's just been a long ways off. But it is necessary. Like, once you have that, the game does simplify a little bit more. You didn't get a triple core BKB timing like you would in some of the other games for now. They're trying to utilize him as bait, trying to smoke around with that. Again, no vision for Talon. It's almost always pretty dark in these smokes for them. Outside of the traps, they need to find an angle in. It's just so hard to tell who dies first. Like, if you get Ahyad, the game does simplify. You kill off Ponyo and Ahyad. It does feel like the supports are the biggest nuisances here for Talon. Combined with the durability of all these heroes. Like, these supports have to go. These saves, these counter control options cannot be allowed to linger in these team fights. But Essence are also sneaking around with a very nice time to smoke themselves here.
They have avoided that area. They now know they're over a trap, and they roughly know the positioning of Talon. And they find the right ones. For now, Medusa will be showing herself. That is your tankiest hero. It's your biggest damage dealer, Talon. Not the guy that they want to go for. Things are looking very tense, but I feel like Essence have gotten better vision out on the map, especially this one in the mid lane. If that doesn't get taken out, could be a fight-winning ward.
That could be. They're posturing around it nicely, just staying in the triangle. They know something's up because no one's defending bot, clearing it out as fast as you'd expect it to be cleared out. They're trying to split push on Talon, like trying to cut some creeps here on Natsumi, stall this game out as much as possible, buy themselves some time to hit this point where a BKB can start to be a reality for WS. Again, it's been pretty wonky for him this game. 1-7 and 8 pretty off lane as Natsumi's being collapsed on.
Want to stop his blink, and not going to be allowing him there with the Ravage being used. He gets the 4-step away. Couple of seconds, the Swift Blink will be available, and he gets himself up to the high ground. Jokim, very nice plays there to save his buddy. Now, can he save himself with the Scurry? He's speedy. Here comes Mac, goes with the glimpse. That is going to be a dead squirrel. Also in the backline, Mikoto going in, pops the BKB. He wants to go for the Ringmaster. He's going to be inside of the Wukong's command that he can leave in a second, and he blocks himself in with his own boards. There is a fence that you are not going to be able to go through, and that invasion from his definitely doesn't feel too good right now.
Now that is ballsy from Kato. Maybe if you manage to also take out Ponyo, it feels a little bit better. 2 supports down, all ultimates down. There's an opportunity for Talon in the 3v3. But with that constant threat of glimpse back, with a connected chance to cut you off, it's not like you can really find anything for Talon off the back of this. Much bigger win coming out for Essence. Full BKB now up from Matt as well. So he's got his own protection up and running. And for Talon, it's a matter of how do you take control in these fights. Your team fight control really isn't there. Again, we talked about the overwhelmingness, the tripling down of Essence in that team fight control. You're seeing the effect of that. As the game drags into late, your control really isn't there on Talon. You've got Roar, you've got Ice Path, maybe a Bushwhack if you're lucky. Again, not reliable. And WS just hasn't had a game. You'll continue to not have a game until a BKB's up, which will be fine.
Speaking of not having a game, Kuku in a lot of trouble, gets the Ice Path off. He was close to escape there, but tamed the Beast just in time. Glimpse actually puts the TA in a better position.
Essence have equalized the game. They've got push control. This time it should go a lot faster with the damage that you have on hand. Or is out to at least notify Talon, but again, without team fight options, can't really take it. Rush will go with a refresh and the cheese on hand.
Third game in a row, pretty much playing better Dota than Talon. Sure, Talon did win in the previous one, but it was barely coming back into it. Whereas here they had the lead, and Essence still did every little thing right that brought them back completely.
Yeah. Again, I think this is still somewhat down to draft, because Essence's draft is just much more forgiving. Like, when you have all these teamfight spells, if you drag 5 heroes on 5, you're going to win. Like, if you lose that on Essence on a 5v5 with this kind of draft, you're doing something terribly wrong. Like, you're playing terrible Dota at that point. So I think, again, Talon does themselves no favors with draft, which is something that Talon has been doing to themselves for a long time. It wasn't as seen, I guess, in the last 2 qualifiers we've had for the EWC, but certainly coming out here. Like, this combination just has no control. You're relying on Ice Path and Bushwhack. Really, the pike heroes around. Your Bristleback has no impact. At least the BKB's up now for WS. I don't know if that's going to do enough. It allows a little bit more to come out, but you still have to be smart. Talon still has to work hard to try to angle in and out from these fights and get the maximization of that Snot Rocket to soften up targets for Natsumi and Mikado. And it's not easy. It helps it out, but it's still not a very simple game for Talon.
Yes, a very flow. This is the ghost section now to pick up himself. And in the water, not allowing him to move. He's down, he's trying to take that one down, and he doesn't manage to do it. BKB just to escape, it seems, doesn't really help him whatsoever. This bushwhack, the 2 isn't stopping this push. There is still a Ravage, but there's no BKB on WS. However, no static storms, so some things have been forced out. A good side break. So he will be going onto the tide. He hasn't broken as well. The escape back. He pushed him out of it too fast. He will be buying back. Going onto the outpost. That is deep. From the Beastmaster trying to escape. Mikoto is surrounded by his opponents. And that's for 90 Essence. They feel like this could be the end. Natsumi hasn't done anything in this fight. And they still have the Aegis. They still have the trees. The Wheel of Wonder. It does turn around the Bristleback, but they do not care. They have more than enough damage to finish him off. Escape back. Gonna be saving the Monkey King there. Not allowing him to fall any lower. As the Jakiro will be next on the menu. Defense will not allow him to move. And that is the first lane of Rax. Akashi, he wants more.
We have nothing to be scared of. You know, Aegis is still up. You have a free reset on hand. There's no roar. There's no Bristleback to worry about. Pop the all for the damage. And the damage from Natsumi alone is just not enough. He tickles. It's really doing nothing without all that money on him. Back.
And they go for the Ravage. They're going to be connecting onto the token. They want Natsumi first. Can they get him out? He doesn't have the blink. So he's going to have to stand his ground and fight versus this many heroes. It is just not going to work. Does buy back. And let's see if in this scenario 3 versus 5, if there's no Ravage, they can do something. Doesn't seem likely.
Not many options left. Half a minute until Mikado and WS are up. And even if they are up, what the hell are they going to do? Gosh, take care of the Aegis.
They're going to lose the Hoodwink for that. Ice Bat, and Natsumi even in place Mac. In some trouble, not in enough trouble. Jakiro nowhere to go with the Overseal Totem. You cannot go to the kinetic fence. Also, the Static Storm was used. That might give an opening early on, but the Anchor, the PA. Here comes Akashi with the Blink. Ravage being used. Natsumi gets the BKB off just in time, and enough for him to escape. Now, with them having 4 heroes, maybe this is going to be enough for a fight, but you are going to be against the Mega Creeps in just a second. There it is. The range axis falls. WS going forward. Going to be spreading out the goo, getting those minus armor out. Mikoto, he thought he was strong, and then the Medusa just went forward. The E-Blade is going to be stopping him from attacking, but it doesn't matter because they still have a Tidehunter who's going to be doing the same. So Blink forward, wants to get the kill. At least the Beastmaster is out with the Blink. Akashi now going to be focusing on the TA with the Scotty. There is no contest between the two of them. Where's the vision with the Anchor Smash? They're going to get Natsumi lower, and he cannot blink out. In a second, he's going to be able to do it. Gets the Melt Strike off before getting himself away. Jokem onto the Fountain he goes, and the Fountain Strike ends his life. He also brought down Akashi. They're going to be looking towards the rest of them. Talon, the only thing they can do right now is accept defeat. And it is going to be Talon in the lower bracket. Essence, 3 games in a row in control, and they will be winning series 3-2.
That they will be. Akashi was just popping off about being kicked from Talon. My man, it's been a while. You know, he's had his stint in Execration since then. He's had his stint elsewhere. It's still great. You know, it's looking good, and certainly Talon look a little bit lost. I don't know what's going on. Upper bracket start. Now they have to trudge themselves through the lower bracket. They really, you know, as a team, I know Talon has been really looking hard in gaining those EPT points to get their way into the Esports World Cup. This journey just got a lot more complicated. Not that their performances on the lands have been hot anyhow, but that hope is getting crushed down a bit because losing to Essence is a big message from Essence. Mind you, Talon again. Coming into this, you're looking at those rosters, I would say, you know, Essence has potential. Talon normally still is on top. Now, I don't know where they stand. Losing like that, it's a wake-up call for Talon that they've got to keep that shape in form because Southeast Asia still has some up-and-comers if you do allow them to punch down on you. And Talon are going to have to work their way up. Big win for Essence. This is an organization that's been fielding a lot of different rosters, trying to find some success. This kind of win sends a message. You know, that Essence is here. Essence can dance around with Talon. If they can dance with Talon, they can dance with Boom. They can more than likely dance with Ivory, maybe even the Mongols and Execration. So you've got to watch out for this team moving forward. For Talon, I mean, they still have that chance, like you mentioned earlier on, Harry Freak. It's double elimination. They have the lower bracket, but man, that is a stinker for Talon. Like, they played a mixed bag of Dota. Essence certainly came out as the better team in terms of execution and draft ideas. For Talon, I know what they're doing down there in the boot camp, but it's certainly not cooking well, to say the least here.
And you mentioned that there's just so many good teams here in the lower bracket. I mean, they can easily get pushed out. The only thing that needs to happen now is one bad series. Good for them that 2 teams will be qualifying, so you don't have to beat everybody, but almost everybody has to be beaten. So that's gonna be a rough one. It is still only the start of the day for us, John. We've got Ivory versus Trailer PB up next. How do you feel about that series? Let's talk about them a bit.
That's interesting. I would say actually for this one, I would favor Trailer Park Boys. I think on paper, I think their playstyle is a lot more dynamic. I've seen Ivory for a while. You know, I was watching them in like the Predator League beforehand. They've grown a lot, and they have kept the same lineup for the most part, which means there's a lot of room for them to kind of tweak how they play as a team. And I think that's what has to come out. We have to see that team unity. We have to see this understanding, almost like what we saw from Essence here today, where your execution as a team was just a lot sharper than Talent's as a team overall. Because the Trailer Park Boys, I mean, again, individually, I would rate all of these players a lot higher. And for the most part, some of these players have played together as a team for a while, but not in this iteration. So there is some gelling together that they have to get done. And that's where Ivory has to shine. We have to see some great execution out from them, because otherwise, I think individually, even if it's maybe a little bit more disconnected, I would expect Trailer Park Boys to be able to outplay that.
Makes a lot of sense. As we mentioned, that series is gonna be up next. It is not gonna be long. Usually we have long breaks here in the DreamLeague qualifiers, but not this time around. This first series was long, which means that in around 25 minutes, half an hour, we are gonna be back with the second series of the day.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast, I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No I'm not giving up, no I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, the wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nests in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bows of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bows of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Hope everybody didn't miss us here, that everybody didn't miss the action too much, and they used this half an hour to stretch, eat something, rest, and be ready for the continuations of the close qualifiers here at Dream League Season 26. We're in Southeast Asia here with Harry and John, and well, we did send Talon to the lower bracket, and now we're going to be seeing who's going to be doing the same with Trailer Park Boys and Ivory. Coming into the series, before we went on the break, John, you said that TPB is kind of your favorite. You had some time to think about it. What are the things Ivory need to do? How do they need to play to have a shot in this one? And do they generally have a shot?
I think they do have a shot. What I think we do have to see from Ivory is it's something that's very hard for them to kind of bridge the gap with. It's all the experience that the Trailer Park Boys has. You know, Norman spent some time in Europe. Chuen has been on lands. He knows how to play at a high level, knows how to synchronize his team. He's usually the voice of his team as well, although this is a Mongolia majority stack, so I'm not sure if that's the same case here. As I know all of the Mongolian players are pretty chatty, so they might not need Chuen to kind of step in and to a commanding role. Whereas for Ivory, you know, there's a lack of experience there. Gohan's a little bit more fresh to the team. Ken, Rupido, Grims, and Drick have been around longer, but again, not to that same level that the players on Trailer Park Boys has been in the scene. So I think for the side of Ivory, what they can do to compensate for that, they've played with each other for a lot longer. Like since the start of this year, the stack was already there. Even before, like in the last half of 2024, they were already a team as well. So I think that's something that they kind of need to leverage. How long they've been playing together, how well they understand each other, how well they read their cues, when they want to fight, when they want to control the map. That's something they need to really bring out here up against a relatively newer stack. Even though a lot of these players have played with each other before, this is a new iteration of some of those older, you know, like little gun offshoots, and it can take some time to gel together, which Ivory has no adjusting period whatsoever to speak of. So we'll have to see them kind of pull out some specialist heroes. Maybe, you know, you get Rupido on something that he pops off on. Maybe a Timbersaw slides through and he gets to play his game. And you just kind of play off tempo and play off of each other here for Ivory.
Yep, that is what we would like to see. Of course, all those things that you mentioned, we don't know if they're going to be going that route. But, you know, we're going to be finding out right now, right? Because we are getting ourselves into the draft. It is ready. These curtains will set. And once they open up, we are back in it. Do you think the Dream League Season 26 having these curtains and stuff like that has something to do with the Ringmaster? Do you think it influenced their choice to go with this kind of an approach?
I'm not sure. I feel like it's carrying over to motif from last time as well, which I already loved. I feel like for this one, like the curtains have been kind of the same. I'm not sure if it's been different. I haven't noticed. I'm an old man, you know. My brain is crusty as well here, Harry. It doesn't remember too well. I do know that some of the music's newer.
You keep repeating it. You keep repeating that, but you know, recently I cast with Lizard, and to be honest, he's even older than you. So, you know, I'm not noticing. I'm not noticing the brain deteriorating there. Maybe you were even smarter back in the day. I don't know, but still holding on, old man.
Yes, we're hanging in there, just like we're hanging into this draft. We've seen the initial bans, of course, DK and Bounty Hunter being banned out by Ivory, along with the Dazzle, which was completely ignored in the last series, and the PA slides through for Ivory. Already a good tone, as this is something we've seen Aizen/Gohan play before. Something that's very stable. I like both facets, actually. I would lean towards methodical still, but Sweet Release does have its upsides, so there is that. The Trailer Park Boys, for their part, NP banned Magnus, TA, and Tinker. So no Tinker shenanigans. Jakiro's open. Beastmaster's open as well, if you want to go that route. For the Trailer Park Boys, we'll have to see what they opt to open with. But with a PA on hand, it's already fairly annoying, I would say. Maybe something like Tidehunter could kind of alleviate your troubles there if you want that. Just stand forward. You don't care about Dagger too much in lane. You anchor smash, PA starts crying. Eventually, PA can get break, but Tidehunter's still kind of fine into that. So wouldn't be too upset if Trailer Park Boys just went for a very early pickup there. Instead, they'll go with the Terrorblade first. So a high armor here to deal with a high physical output on that PA. Pretty sound response here from the Trailer Park Boys. Still some flex on hand for them to kind of consider throwing that into a different lane. Although I will say
10 seconds
it's not a
remaining.
hero that I really associate with 11 in any way, shape, or form.
5 seconds
I don't think he's
remaining.
really an off-lane Terrorblade player. He could do it. It's just, I feel like it's a waste of a player like 11 to just give him Terrorblade. As, I mean, it can still hold its own. In the lane matchup, it doesn't really feel great anyhow into PA, so you're probably just considering this maybe as a support if you want to go that far, or just a straightforward 4-2-3 hero on safe can be kind of fine. You can ban to protect it on a lot of its off-lane matchups now as well.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. I'm a big fan of the offlane Terrorblade, especially in some of the games. And I feel like your lane is
5 seconds.
fine-ish. It depends on what the supports are, of course. And, you know, it's kind of a bummer nowadays when we almost always have 2-1-2 lanes. Though it does happen from time to time that something changes. But generally, we do have 2-1-2 lanes. And then it used to be, oh, this hero can beat this hero in lane. Oh, this hero can beat this hero. But now it's just a 2 versus 2 that you're looking at rather than the hero versus hero. 1 versus 1.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm with you. I wish we had... There was a long time when the standard was actually a 1-1-3 setup. And I miss that. I miss playing offlane Undying into 3 heroes, killing everyone because you're Undying into 3 heroes. It's hilarious that you force it. You know, but we are well past that point. Jakira does come out, as we mentioned, was not banned out, and Trailer Park Boys do manage to pick it up. So they've got this annoying amount of magic damage coming out to play with in lane. I think the potential for Jakira Terrorblade is actually pretty damn good. There is some cheeky plays you can do with Reflection, plus the Breed Fire, Dual Breath, plus the Liquid Fire, Liquid Frost. It can feel pretty good for setting up a stable lane. There's the Tidehunter we were talking about, coming out for Ivory instead. So they do get to snag that very fun, balanced hero for themselves. Just have a great time in lane. Maybe laning into Terrorblade and Jakiro. Probably not as fun as you'd want it to be as a Tidehunter. Still playable enough. Your first 2 levels will feel pretty atrocious. But once you hit level 3, level 4, it starts to stabilize a little bit more. And they'll get the Ringmaster save as well.
Boy, they really love this hero, right? Muerta used to be like the staple. Go for Muerta, defend your offlaner. No matter what you're up against, you're gonna be fine-ish. But now it seems that the Ringmaster has taken over.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think in terms of the poke, Ringmaster is a lot
5
more
seconds remaining.
painful with that dagger. I swear, I don't know why the damage values of that thing is the way it is, why its cooldown is the way it is, why its mana cost is the way it is, but you can think of it like a much better dead shot, which it honestly feels like. It's just a nuisance. So there is that at the very least to think about. Funny enough, just an offhand because I'm getting distracted here. We do have Team Nimister playing, right, as well in the parallel stream. For whatever reason, I chatted Tino to ask about his team name and because it's Team Nimister. In Filipino, that's Team of Mister. It's not just Nimister. It's Team of Mister. I asked him because there's another team in the open qualifiers called Team Nemesis, which is Team of Misses. I'm like, who's the Mister and who's the Missus? And he's like, no one's there. I'm like, okay. And then he's not stopping to chat. He's in a draft and he's chatting away. How professional, Tino. This is why you're on Team the Mister now, not Execration.
Team Mr. Okay, I was about to say that they are in the qualifier and Execration or not, but that's because I was looking at the open qualifier, not the closed one. But yeah, sure. TPP though will be getting a Night Stalker and the Monkey King, so that is gonna be something that they're gonna be leaning towards. This could be a 4, it could be an offlane Night Stalker. People have started playing it a bit more now on the offlane, but how do you feel? Is the 4 Night Stalker still viable in your eyes?
I think it's still viable. It has some value here. I think your draft is really open on the side of Trailer Park Boys to kind of figure out what you want to do, where you want to throw these heroes around, how you want to shuffle it. You get the Ember Spirit out for Ivory, and that just kind of adds some value to the Night Stalker pick, right? Like, this is the highly mobile hero you want to silence up. Your Night Stalker is just going to be able to walk up and get that silencing off every single time, so it cuts out the mobility of the Ember. And I think it fits up nicely. It's a nice tanky front line. It's something you're lacking here on the side of the Trailer Park Boys anyhow. I do feel like I would prefer it on offlane overall. I think you've got your bases covered pretty nicely. Like a Monkey King mid against Ember is pretty fine. I'd argue that it's probably a little bit better for the Monkey King anyhow. A Night Stalker into a PA lane, it's also workable. You're tanky enough. You're not going to get shoved out of that lane. You could run Night Stalker Jakiro instead. Go with a different safe lane support here for the Trailer Park Boys if you so wish. But it does look like Ivory is expecting it to perhaps be a support Night Stalker. With the Enigma being banned out, are kind of covering their bases here to ensure no deep flex shenanigans do come out from Trailer Park Boys. Because again, they have a few ways to kind of run this draft. They could opt to be a little bit cheeky with a Terrorblade. Again, it hasn't... it doesn't feel that great into the PA as a reflection lane, but you could still run Terrorblade off lane. For sure, if you don't care too much about the physical damage and trading at the very least, so you can kind of sit there and just cop some good output. For Trailer Park Boys, it's much more straightforward. They just have to take care of some supports. Morana actually getting axed off is maybe a little bit surprising. The hero has been popping up here and there, and you don't really have the setup for it outside of Ember, but Ember alone might be enough. You know, just chain arrow. You've got some good damage as well, with Storm being the way it is nowadays. So just taking out some easy combinations for Ivory to kind of try to utilize those clear comms that they might theoretically have an advantage over Trailer Park Boys. Just take away some of those synchronization combinations you can kind of work out here.
I don't know why, but when I'm looking at this Ringmaster and just when he gets his legs together, it feels like he's standing in a pot for plants. I don't know if you see it as well, but it's
I see it.
Yeah, it's very weird when you don't see the bottom of his feet. Either way, though, the Phoenix will get banned out as well. I like how whenever somebody's mentioning Mirana nowadays, they don't even bother explaining the Starstorm. It's just way too powerful. Not gonna lie. I kind of expected this hero to be played a little bit more.
I did as well. I think there's just a lot of high priority supports that kind of eclipse it. You know, like Jakiro, Dazzle are the two that come to mind. I know there's been some experimentation with like AA Silencer, although that has tapered off. I feel like AA is still somewhat viable, but all of his counters or all the heroes he countered just kind of faded into the background a little bit, so maybe not as high priority. And yeah, I think that just kind of puts Moran in the backseat in comparison to everything else you could pick up. I'm still curious if Ivory are reading this as, again, a support Night Stalker, whether or not they just kind of ban out another off lane here. I mean, the one thing that's there that still kind of works is maybe something like Mars is still kind of in the picture if they want that. There's some weird combinations you can do with Dawnbreaker, like the vision changes are going to be interesting with a Night Stalker on hand. So you have that, some forced daytime, nighttime changes to give you some vision. Not the most important thing in the world, but can be a bit surprising how much that Dawnbreaker innate can do. They'll ban the Centaur. So again, expecting Night Stalker to go support here. And how do you close out this draft in Ivory? We are looking for just a support pickup.
Probably a 5, right? That makes a lot of sense. Something that will make the PA lane strong. So something that we've seen in the past is like a Warlock, Crystal Maiden. I don't know how many others are left. Yeah, they'll go Warlock.
Warlock disappoints me. I mean, not as a pick. It makes perfect sense here. It's just this patch came in. I expected a little bit more for Warlock. You know, I expected a rework because yeah, I know everyone likes Black Grimoire. You get a fast level 6 or level 10. Depending if you can hold on to that. But realistically, if you've got charges in your Black Grimoire, you are going to get level 6 faster anyway. It's a weird one. Because it gets stronger as you snowball, but the reason you want Black Grimoire is because it helps you when you have a slow game. Which, again, it feeds off of snowballing, as they do pick up the OD on Trailer Park Boys. So we've got a very... Chuen, I haven't seen this man in so long, and the first game I see him play, he has an Outworld Devourer. The Outhouse Destroyer. Outstanding.
Yeah, I really want to see how it lanes versus the Ember, because there was a time where OD... But I feel like it's kind of back right now, so we might see it destroy that lane once again. Then we've got a Monkey King versus the Tide. I feel like the lanes of TPB are looking amazing.
That it is. I think maybe outside of 11's
10
lane,
seconds
I think
remaining.
the Terrorblade doesn't have as much impact. Not that it will lose a lane, it's just that you're not
5
pressuring
seconds
PA as
remaining.
much. I think that's the one thing. It's really not a strong reflection lane. PA really doesn't do much right click anyway. She relies a lot on her active spells to kind of get anything done, so reflection isn't going to be an issue. But beyond that, like, the lane matchup for 4-2-3 is great. Chu Wen should have a good time. I am curious to see what this OD does get done, because honestly, OD still feels like garbage. I'm going to say it outright. I think this hero,
Really?
the hero's annoying as all hell, but once you buy BKB, what does he do? Like, his Ags is going to be annoying, his saves are going to be annoying, but literally the moment you hit BKB timing, this hero just has no play. I think that's a big issue, and we tend to see, okay, maybe in this game, expecting a Tide to have BKB is a tall ask. Ember's a little bit more in line, and PA certainly will have to go BKB. But it does feel like it has a hard drop-off. I think your game is much more reliant here on 4-2-3 and 11. Like, this Chu Wen will build a space up, but he will lose tempo fast, so it's down to Monkey King and Terrorblade to capitalize on that, and these two heroes can capitalize on that strong mid-start from Chu Wen. So as a whole, the draft makes sense. In a vacuum, I'm not the biggest fan of OD. I think the hero is flawed, fundamentally design flawed right now. It's a little bit strange, because ever since they
Doesn't
took
even
off
have
his...
a constant name. That is very true.
Yeah. Like, think about it. Like, ever since they took off his scaling through Arcane Orb in terms of stealing some inter mana percentage before, just kind of stuck that to Astral, and they took off, what, the multi-charge Astrals, right? Like, it just doesn't scale. Like, your Santies is a little bit of a joke. In this game, it's not as bad because, you know, you're into Tide Hunter, you're into Ember PA. They don't have the highest mana pools, so you can do some decent damage pre-BKB. It's just, I don't know. The hero design is just something I expected to be touched up on 7.38, and it's one of those things that really wasn't. So it's like, I hate the hero, but I'll be frank, I do miss it. I hate it, and I'm kind of glad it's dead, but I do feel like it does deserve to come back alive.
I mean, it's coming back. Recently, people have been playing it, so who knows? Who knows? Maybe people are going to find the right way to play it. One thing that I do like for DOD is that you have pretty much 3 vision-giving heroes. TB with the illusions, Night Stalker, of course, the best vision hero in the game, pretty much, and then the Monkey King. And I always felt that if the OD has a good view of the fight, that he's gonna crush it.
Yeah, I can see that. It's all about just finding that key target, getting some key saves if need be, being able to right-click. Let's see, they do go for the late smoke in the Trailer Park Boys. See if they find that aggressive angle, as the smoke has already
30
faded
seconds to
on the
go.
side of Ivory.
Well,
Not really... Oh.
nobody wants to fight. I guess TPB might fight once the nighttime does kick in. You just want to wait for that to happen. Give vision with the smoke during daytime, and then nighttime comes, bam, find them, kill them.
Does look to be the call. Might be able to sneak around onto Aizen here.
It will definitely do some damage. No, not really. Only the reflection. Won't even use the void, and pretty much nothing too interesting happening here before the lanes.
It's alright. I think they were also smoking up right by the tier 1, which was spotted out by the ward, so that kind of held them back as well from the side of Ivory, so you do have that to consider. Now, we'll take a look at the lanes as they do break out. We're looking at some good blocks down bot to force that creep wave under tier 1 tower to shove in a little bit more. Always feels good to get that done. So you're going to have maybe a little bit more of a manageable time here for 11 and Norman. And just keeping the camps open. This lane for Grims and for Aizen isn't the most comfy. It's also not the most annoying lane in the world, mind you. At level 1 to 2 at the very least. You can always play with Dagger back. You've got Warlock who can just go for Shadow Word, heal you up. And you can always just kind of play safe here. Nothing too much to worry about. It's really down to Norman to keep these consistent pulls. Warlock can't contest that too well. So you do have that going for you here on Trailer Park Boys, and looks like they will be able to successfully just keep pulling back and soaking up some EXP to the detriment of 11 early on, but eventually this will pay off once you have some good value levels up on Norman, at the very least.
I can't believe that the Ember Spirit with the immolation there got the kill onto the range creep and just making a slight mistake. It happens, but it is what it is. So how do you feel about this mid lane? As we mentioned, it used to be like OD crushes the Ember. How is it nowadays?
I think it's not exactly crushing. Like it's very costly for Chuan to apply that pressure. Your damage values have gone down a little bit. I like the value point from Flame Guard from Ken. Being able to just Flame Guard, Sleight of Fist. You have some options to dodge out some right-click damage. And again, it's very costly to spam out the Astrals, and the damage just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to shove Ken away from the imprisonment alone. So Ember's going to have a lane to play with. You're not going to be hurting too badly on the side of Ivory in that sense. You're still going to be able to maintain that build-up. I think maybe by level 4, level 5, this is when it gets annoying for Ken. Like, you get the level 2 Astral up, so start for Chuan to apply that pressure. But before that point, it's kind of fine. Especially since he did double down in the Flame Guard. So you're blocking most of that damage from the harassment of the OD anyhow, and that just means Ken can always rely on the Sleight of Fist to just build his farm up and keep that lane shoved away.
Makes a lot of sense. So if something different will be happening, meanwhile, top lane, generally the Monk King is solid versus the Tidehunter, but this Ringmaster is really making a difference. One more hit for Jingu's Rupido into the trees, and he does not give it away. Level 1 Jingu's not really that important, but still it would have helped 4-2-3.
Yeah, that would have. I do like how they're managing this lane up top. Your CS on 4-3, it's not amazing by any means. He's matching Rupido at the least, but it pales in comparison to what Aizen's able to get away with down bot. And again, as you approach, say, level 3, level 4 for Rupido, this lane becomes a little bit more manageable. You're seeing that long-range poke combination of Gush, plus the Impalement Marks just flying out, and you've whittled down 4-2-3 to the point where he's uncomfy to contest creeps well. Right? That's the key thing, to make it very uncomfy for the enemy safe lane, so he doesn't get aggressive, he doesn't manage to work out that strong matchup potential up against the Tide and build up Jingu stacks, and you just play a farm game, which is kind of what you want on Rupido anyhow. So it does make it a little bit awkward, especially since you're not able to really just try to play off this Jakiro's presence with the dual breath, with the liquid fire and ice pad. There's just so much long range poke, and there's so much room for Drick to just stack as well.
Narman?
Stack, walk into the runes.
He's coming to the mid lane. There's the Astral. The Ringmaster will be in the vicinity. The question is, can he help his Ember? Impalement darts are not going to be connecting, but they're enough to dissuade you from going for the chase. Se will be rotating as well, so neither of the water runes will be going to Ember, and they got him low, so that's quite nice from TPB.
Really good read. Like, again, they're doing what they can to keep this mid lane even, and you are finding even CS. Ken is ahead with, in terms of denies, which is pretty damn big, holding back the level progression of QN. Does make that a little bit tougher. He does have the level 2 Astral, so every time he lands it though, he's going to be able to do some decent poke damage onto Ken at this point. Not right through the Flame Guard, so its absorption isn't that high, and even apply some poke. Just having the value point finally up on Essence Flux does make a world of difference here for Chuan. Just allows that to sustain true, forcing out the salve onto Ken as well. It does free up these side lanes just a tad bit with all of those support rotations coming in, but it doesn't feel like you're really in the best spots anyhow. You are picking up on 11 now. Does have level 2 Reflection, has the value point, the Metamorphosis, and the Image. And this is where this Warlock pickup really doesn't show its legs too well. Right? It's not a lane where you can play Upheaval and chase down. These are tanking heroes you're laning into. At least daytime kicks in, so Narman has less of an impact here.
They're gonna be tickling 11 a bit. But yeah, as you mentioned, Narman will try to get a pull off if he gets a lane into a better position for a Terrorblade. He's probably going to be just very, very happy about that one anyways. But do you think the Terrorblade will suffer now, or is him being level 5 going to be enough for him to pretty much stay in this lane even if he needs to alone?
Oh, it's more than enough. You just keep playing with Reflection. You can always pull back, juggle around the illusions a little bit, and just kind of farm. There's no threat of dying physically to Aizen, although going into the Shadow Word does provide some opportunities for Grims to actually look for an aggressive opening. They are looking to still secure that rune, and they've got the numbers to do so. Illusion rune picked up by Narman. Again, another rune denial out for Ken. The Ember still maintaining that lane despite these denials. It's really just about keeping Chuan in an even state off of that. Still,
Gone. And the Terrorblade survives barely on a sliver of an HP. We didn't even see his HP there, and for an 800 HP hero, that is quite low. Nice rotations for the two supports. The second that they got close to the tower, both of the supports TPing in, and they bring down the PA. Plus the Night Stalker got the kill. I'd say that he's gonna be using that gold cover that Jakiro would have.
He does. A little bit of a chase down as well. They can treat.
That's a dead tide, for sure. I feel like when people started going towards the mid lane, that suddenly all of the lanes became so easy for TPP. If it's a Terrorblade versus the PA, he's winning. If it's a Monkey versus the Tide, he's winning. And then the OD obviously is gonna be scarier in the lane than an Ember Spirit will early on.
I'm a bit surprised they actually opted to leave their side lanes on the side of Ivory. Like, considering that they already lost the rune on mid, they don't really have a kill opportunity for these supports just yet. It felt like you might as well use that numbers advantage in your side lanes for your favor. And instead it just goes the way you'd want it here on the Trailer Park Boys. They're applying some good pressure onto mid. You get some movement out on set. They're still camping down bot. You do have some sustain coming through for Aizen at the very least, but again, Shadow Word being prioritized 2-2-0 right now. And that Warlock. Even a little bit of a chase around with Brick instead, just playing poke here.
He's not even playing poke, they're playing kill the Ringmaster. And with a lot of ease. It just goes to show the power of this Jakiro. This time around he did go for the Icebreaker, but the damage output's still insane. And also 4-3 stealing the Wisdom Shrine. Is there anything else that can go right for TPB, or have they hit all the boxes?
And they've hit all the boxes. I think the next thing you'd want now is probably just when Chuen wants to come in with that Santis. He's got the Arcane, little cooldown, some good opportunities here to just melt something like the PA. You know, again, very low mana heroes to burst down. Instead, he's just satisfied playing mid, which is fine as well. Chuen's just looking to get some farm up, looking to keep that presence on mid, keep some attention onto himself to free up those side lanes in a massive way. A 2k lead being built up by Trailer Park Boys already, and that does not bode well for Ivory. I mean, their lineup can scale up, but start getting entrapped just a tad bit.
Trying to go for Cannon, or at least to apply pressure onto that mid lane tower. There's one thing that is pretty bad on this lineup, and that is pushing. Other than the Terrorblade, especially early on, they don't have anything to do that with. And the days of the Meteor Hammer are kind of gone. When is that item coming back? No, no.
No. Look, I want OD back. I do not want him back in Meteor Hammer form again. I don't mind if he's this beastly right clicker, but Arcane Orb, because he gets countered by BKB, who cares? At 25, 30 minutes, who cares? It's fine. He has his moments. Meteor Hammer is just annoying for minute 0 as they jump onto Rupido.
Chuen did take a lot of damage there, so he needs to be careful. Wukong's man, however, let's see if he's going to be using the Ravage here. No need to do so. It wouldn't have even saved his life inside of the Wukong's man. So 2 ultis, making sure that Rupido gets taken out.
Did use that Santis without the Arcane up, so the long cooldown kicks in. But you are getting, again, a ton of space. 11 manages to get that solo push down bot, like you mentioned. The Terrorblade being your main push in here right now, outside of maybe Jakiro applying some liquid fire. You are feeling really good in this Terrorblade. Aizen's game has been so slow. Level 5, about to hit 6, does get that now with Methodical, so some damage to kick in, but nothing to really play off of that yet. Battle Fury still to be farmed up. Power Treads are up at the least with the Orb of Corrosion, but it's not going to be enough as they jump more.
It's going to be the Tame the Beast there onto Narman. He's not going to be deciding to use the Crippling Fear. The second that they saw those Fatal Bonds next to an Ember, it is time to move away. Those really do hurt.
That it does. Have to respect that combination with Warlock, and that they do. Looking to just now apply their own pressure mid. They have shown quite a few heroes to get this done. And it is just Drick and Ken. And you could try to look to turn, but without these Santis, you don't have that instantaneous burst. It is nighttime for Norman. He doesn't quite have the Dark Ascension to really have the move speed to instantly gap close. But this process is a slow siege. They do at least have the siege creep on hand to try to speed it up. But even the movement's coming in now from our Monkey King. 423 looking to join in.
they're all looking to join in. Even 11 joining in on the fight. Grims, he only has 1 point of the Black Grimoire, obviously, as they didn't have a single kill for their side in the game. And the tower still falls, so DPB bring in pretty much 5 heroes. I guess 4, Jakiro wasn't there. And they don't defend the tower. Neither do they get the deny.
Yeah, you managed to achieve something on the side of Ivory. You open up the map, you know, you force some rotations out that really amount to nothing whatsoever. You take this Terrorblade away from his farming area down bot, take the Monkey King away from the free top lane for a little bit. They're still looking to make some aggressive moves. Lines are being drawn bot, gate movement coming through here from 423. If they can spot out Aizen and stall out this battle here even longer, it'd be a big boon for the side of the Trailer Park boys, but good game sense from Ivory to just instantly back off. We saw Narman just running through, so not far.
See Aizen. He's gonna be in trouble. Void has been used and also gets stunned up by the neutrals as well. The Croaker not really allowing him to move away. That is quite unfortunate. Probably was dead anyways, but this just solidified it.
Yeah. And they do still have a long time on Dark Ascension. Armin's still trying to look for more. They've got the mobility to keep this chase up.
Well, they're looking towards it. To Trent, he just wants an Astral and will be getting out to Ember. He did get his Remnant off. The EPs are coming in with the Ravage. It is a little bit tougher to go for this one, but in the end, you are forcing out DPs, and they aren't getting anything.
Not quite. Again, they force out a lot of rotations onto mid themselves. Now it's Ivory kind of responding and not finding much to really care about, as they'll keep that pressure on the Trailer Park boys. Slowly shoving bot, taking control of that bot jungle, giving a lot of room up top for 423.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Just a Mithril Hammer away from Maelstrom. In fact, trying to go solo here.
Ooh, that's a bit dangerous, especially with 3 heroes here. He will get himself up into the trees. He saw that he wasn't alone there, or there was help coming. At least the Warlock now has his level 6. That is with using the Grimoire, only 250 HP, the XP, sorry. That is one of the saddest Grimoires I've seen lately.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with this facet. Like, if you're winning, you probably don't need to pop the Grimoire to hit 6 at a good time. If you're losing, it's not going to take you to 6 that much faster. It's a nice boon, but it's so weird. Like, I wish it was changed. Come on, you can do so much with this boring-ass hero. I love Warlock. I'm a Warlock player. It's so boring. And the other facet's only good for Turbo. Please, give us something.
Yeah, Seth is in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna get 4 staffed away, so should be okay there. Trent coming in with an Astral. It is still dangerous to go into a tie. TPB, they've gotten this lead, and they don't want to be giving it away, but just running into a fight that Ivory are the only ones that want to take it.
Dire are scanning.
It can be, again, a really good fight. You just need to find this position with Rupido. Try to get the blink. They can. 43 still playing poke by himself. This guy's crazy in the monkey. Drops the Wukongs, instantly backs off. Just looking for solo plays, trying to make space on the map. It feels like 11's their actual carry with how he's playing on the monkey. Making space for the Terrorblade to actually farm up, along with, to an extent, Chuen on that OG. And so far, it's paying off. Like, you have this massive net worth advantage on 11. He's been camping bot all day. Manta style not too far off. Aizen is just a few, maybe 1,000-ish gold away from the full Battle Fury. So we've got some openings as they will kill off Se, a little bit of a pick off for Kin to make up. But that's their first kill. Jeez.
Well, now he wants to get more. Has the haste rune. Maybe he can do something with it. Impalement darts connecting onto Narman, but this is a defensive Dark Ascension. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Wukong's command was used, but the PA will be staying alive, and he didn't even force out the Ravage. So once again, Ivory, they keep themselves cool-headed.
That they do. Again, it's kind of only 42's kind of feeling hot-fingered right now. Just looking to try to make these solo plays, trying to force attention to himself, which, again, it's kind of panning out the way you'd want it to for the Trailer Park boys. Manta style for 11's going to kick in. Still top net worth, still not being contested on the Terrorblade whatsoever. Smoke play out from Ivory now to try to find something here. Let's see if they'll find an opening. Pings are coming in. Chuen would be a very good target to find right now.
He did stack the Ancients. Is he going to be greedy to farm them? It does seem like that's the case. For Staff to try and get himself away. Golem will be dropped. He has the Astral to keep himself alive a little bit longer, and the help is coming. Let's see what Ken has to say about that one. They still want him dead, and there will be a nice Sunder coming out from the Terror. They also have a full wand, so he's going to be quite healthy himself.
Pretty massive commitment from Ivory. No Ravage really thrown out, but the Golem alone is huge from Grimm's. Not setting up, not going to be able to use that in a big push, in a big team fight. The follow-through just not there. Rupido still trying to wait for a blink timing to come online, and until that point, initiation with Ravage just isn't really there. It's still a very slow game considering all of this poke being done here, Harry. 1-5 3K lead still standing for the Trailer Park Boys. There has been a lot of action, not a lot of dying, but it has been pretty fun watching everyone just throw their ults out to try to find an opportunity. I appreciate that. No, it's not landing anything, but I appreciate that they're trying. Because a lot of times you just see heroes see each other, run away from each other, you know? At least they're trying to be optimistic here, thinking that they can kill someone.
They're going for it, they're applying pressure, they're showing their teeth, that is very important, and of course they are creating space for the PA that now has a Battle Fury, and it is just so weird. This hero farms so slow, Battle Fury comes up, BKB, you know, is going to be coming in just a couple of minutes, but of course TPP are not going to be waiting on those timings for Ivory. They want to make something happen themselves. Well, looking towards the mid lane. If the Warlock shows himself Astral into an ice path, he can die very easily. Dark Ascension being used, and that is a dead Warlock 100%. There is nobody in the vicinity to help him. So he will be an easy grab. Now, the question is, can you get anything out of this? Well, the Terrorblade did TP, and he's shoving out the bottom lane. So let's see if they can catch Drake there going through the Twin Gate. He will be able to escape, and the Tide is out as well. In the end, we've only killed the Warlock.
All that time for a Warlock kill doesn't feel great, but hey, at least you're finding a kill, I suppose, on the side of the Trailer Park Boys. Widening that lead up to 4K. Again, it's not like you're maximizing his time at 43. He's spending a lot of time in the tree. You know, just watching heroes, trying to think if he can angle in or if he's in danger. They'll get the Tormentor for themselves at the least. Nice little pickup for Se to have on hand. And the gold is always an added boon. Up to a 6K lead off the back of that for the side of the Trailer Park Boys. But this waiting game is getting good interest. Like you mentioned here on the PA, once that BKB is up, Aizen is not going to care about anything. He's not going to care about the OD. You're not going to care about the Night Stalker. You might care a little bit about 43, but it's not like 43's ultra farmed up as well. Staying in the tree line as much as he has. He's at equal farm with Aizen, which, considering the slower start for Aizen, isn't really a good spot to be in. So, I would say you're kind of in a happy spot for Ivory. You ride through this earlier spike. You're reaching 20-25 minutes in, where, again, this BKB of the PA is going to be extremely impactful. You might be able to get a little bit more utility out of the mechanic as well. As it does look like his full Mage Slayer is up and running. So you can mitigate some of the damage coming out from Chuen and from Se, being the main damage dealers in terms of magic in this game. Another smoke out though. Again, trying to keep that pressure going.
Aizen is out. Nicely done by him, recognizing that there was something coming his way. Gets out just in time. If he gets caught there all alone, isolated, he's gone. And speaking of smokes, Ivory are thinking about one themselves. They've got all of their spells. They've got that Blink Dagger on the Tide. It was never a better time to fight than now.
It's the opening. If they only had a bit of an idea as to where the Trailer Park Boys are, just down the block, camping that through the field. They'll have some time in the smoke if they want to make a long run, but might not make it in time. If you do find this tier 2 off the back of this, for the side of the Trailer Park Boys, you're going to be chuffed. You're going to be so damn happy. You're missing out on this big teamfight opportunity, taking the tier 2. The top tier 2 can't fall as fast. The push on Ivory is also slow. It's not like you'll commit Golem just to push without a teamfight beforehand. And it does look like the Trailer Park Boys will get away with that for free. A tier 2 for free. Opening out some of the outposts if they want to take control and lining up for, say, a nighttime Roshan.
They are actually pinging out the tier 3. I mean, with a Jakiro, why not? You might even force out a another glyph.
Yeah.
There are illusions coming in. That tower is being demolished. And another liquid fire does connect. It's less than half HP. If you give away a Jakiro for this one, doesn't really matter. He's going to be standing his ground with an essence string, waiting to die while his team just spreads around the map.
I mean, it went down to less than half HP, 1,000 HP from 2,500. In a span of, what, 10 seconds? A couple of liquid fire spams and the illusions. And just no response from Ivory. I'm shocked, honestly. They go for that smoke. And they dodged out bot. They should have figured out no one was up top earlier. Instead, they hold that ground. They decide to not reveal this blink, to not reveal the shard on Rupido. They might catch stragglers, though.
At. They have the shard, so his 4 staff is pretty much useless. He has the Astral, and will buy some time for the Dark Ascension to be used. They come in with the Silence and the Sunder again, keeping him alive. They didn't want to Ravage. Now they're going to be regretting their life choices. What a turnaround, and that is the second time that the Sunder from the Terrorblade makes a difference on Tren.
He's been doing so much work here, 11. He's getting these saves off every single time. It's almost like Chuen has his hags. He doesn't even have that annoying bit kit yet. And again, Ivory are just missing these opportunities. Very forced movement out. There is a TP point there for the Trailer Park Boys. It was right by a tier 2. And they get a little bit antsy about just not getting their action out. At the least, still having Ravage and Golem up means you do have some big team fight spots to throw out in the next engagement. You are already at the point where the BKB is up on Aizen. So you do have that protection up on your glass cannon PA ready to go. And you don't have too much to worry about.
Has one as well, right? And I feel like if there is a Monkey King with a BKB, okay, just we're gonna have to wait a second. This time OD might not have what it takes to get away. They do deal with the anchor there, and Tren will be fine. Now turning around onto the TIE Hunter, will be saved. Golem being dropped very nicely, and that is gonna be a dead nice overpower. 4-3 into the backline. He goes. Hammer is gonna be dropped just before the OD goes down. Now the BKB being used. 4-3 onto Aizen. He has his own BKB, and with the E-Material, Aizen should be able to survive. The chase is on. Onto Rupido they go. That is a bit of a hard target. Well, 4-3 doesn't really care. He's gonna be able to pop him open just the same, making this fight a 2-for-2 with Ivory using all of their spells.
Yeah, it's not the kind of circumstance you'd want. I mean, you do eventually kill off Chuen, but your problem now is 4-3 with that BKB, like you mentioned, Harry, and just 11. Like, this Terrorblade has not been punished. He hasn't died whatsoever. 11 has no kills, but he's also not dying, going for defensive Sunders, just getting all of these reflection usages out, getting really good usage out of the Metamorphosis as well, which he didn't even pop in the last fight. Now he has an anti-damage rune. They've got an opening for Roshan. 11 rushes right into it. And without Ravage, without the Chaotic Offering, there's really nothing to be worried about here for the Trailer Park Boys. A free Rosh coming their way. The Metamorphosis being popped down as well. On the side of Ivory, it's looking a little bit lost. Right? Like, they miss that opportunity. The high ground kind of drops to half HP. They get antsy on the next fight. Now they lose Aegis on top. Chuen has 2 lives to play with. The Hurricane Pike set to go already as well. Like, you've got all your timings on the side of Trailer Park Boys. Mind you, you're not building up this lead as wide as you'd expect it to be. 4-9, 6k lead. It hasn't grown in any way since the last 5-10 minutes. They are looking to change that now.
And as a remnant back, lucky for him, Dark Ascension was used. They will still see him, but can they really close the gap? Doesn't look like it, so the rest of his team will focus on the tower, considering that there is no spells on the side of Ivory. Can most definitely get away with the second tier 2 of the game.
Not much holding them back. Again, just its illusions after the 11, along with a occasional liquid fire, although.
In onto the Jakiro. He does have a Ghost Scepter. Very nice Wheel of Wonder, and however, Macro Fire was used. Narman will try to get away. 4-3 will pop his BKB. Bound Strike being used as well. Aizen needs to run away from the Wukong's man. Hammer has been dropped. Not enough to finish off Ken, especially after the Orchid has expired. But the Ravage, they're gonna make sure that the Monkey King goes nowhere. Beautifully done by Rupido, finding an opening. 11 will try to get himself away. What is with these long TPs? Everybody TPing to the bottom lane, and because of that, they're gonna lose not one, but 2 of their cores. 11 will use the Sunder just to give himself a little bit more time, but that just means more beating coming out from Ivory's side.
And that is such a messy team fight out from the side of Trailer Park Boys. And I don't think this itemization is it from 423. Going straight for the Mjolnir, wanting to have that active a little bit, just spark some damage out, wanting the attack speed. But if you can't hit the PA, I mean, what are you supposed to do? No one can kill off Aizen. This Immaterial is making good work, and this is one game where the level 15 talent's making such a huge difference. Like, all of this evasion, there's nothing to pierce through. 50% evasion in, so you're not hitting with Arcane. You're gonna have to try to burst her down, but how?
Well, we're gonna try this way now when he doesn't have the BKB, but of course with the support saving him, they have the escape back. He's gonna be able to blink himself away, and here comes Rupido with the saves. Aizen will be surviving, also being healed up, and now look at the Warlock slowing him down. Nobody's moving an inch, and they're just gone. 4-2-3, they're gonna be jumping into the pit. I'm not really sure that you want to be doing this, Trent. Still alive, standing his ground, but he is still taking a decent amount of damage. The PA on the sides has healed up quite a lot. Moving man will be used, but the OD is gone. Aizen with just the daggers from afar. Grims is gonna be scouting out 4-2-3, and Aizen with the BKB going forward. He has the Basher. Where's the Sunder save? 4-2-3. No, he doesn't want to do it. 11 just leaves his buddy to die. Maybe he could have turned that one around, but not even close. They didn't even try.
No. And you're fully back in game for Ivory. After a very steady game out from the side of Trailer Park Boys. Again, it's like we were talking about. They were in the lead. They were in control. It was 4-9 just a while ago. But they didn't really grow that lead in a meaningful way. They had Aegis. They were just kind of stuck farming. There's itemization out as well from 423. Now he's going back for the MKB and switching it up for the Nullifier. But someone needs to handle Aizen. This is your big issue. This PA being allowed to live with no care of control while the BKB's up, with no fear of dying because of the Immaterial talent at 15 and no one with significant magic damage to Nullifier, is causing massive issues. Wukong flies out, she doesn't care. You're not hitting her anyway. OD standing his ground, trying to apply some Arcane Orbs, doesn't really do much when you're missing half your shots. Like, something has to give. And this MKB can't, well, the Nullifier for 423 can't come fast enough. They need some way of trying to focus down, either to kill everyone off fast, or possible to fight down, or try to right now it looks like they might try to fight as far as they can. See if they're working out. So Ivory, he smoked up. Random drop. Got off the gun. It's quite simple.
They can find an OD with the Ravage. I think the amazing 11 gets out just in time. PBB at the moment in a solid position not to get caught, but also they're clumping up together. Rupido in there, letting the water being used. Ice Path as well doesn't really do much. Ruler Wonder, nice hurricane fight to get himself away, so the OD should be fine. Se, however, will not be as lucky.
Get a decent enough target in that one. Stalling out this Ags build-up that says going for, which I appreciate on the Chihiro, knowing that if team starts are starting to look a little bit awkward, that Ags upgrade Macropire can do a lot of work. So I like that understanding of just going for just Fatal Bonds onto 5. It's just ruining the day of the Trailer Park Boys already. And again, that doesn't really rectify itself anytime soon.
Aizen is coming. You do need that Macropire to prevent this. Rest is going to be using the Ice Path. Aizen is being filled up, so doesn't really care about being hit by the tower. Doesn't take that much damage from it anyways. Once they see the Boundless Strike, it might be time to move away, but this PA, this is critical mass. You can pretty much deal with any of the problems that TPV are going to be throwing at you.
You can. Going for the full Abyssal first before going for something like the MKB in anticipation of evasion, but 11 can't afford to really go for the Butterfly carry Terrorblade. He is going to use the solution with a Bloodthorn. He can find a farm for that and use it before the BKB or after the BKB flies on Aizen. It's going to be down to timing at that point, and that does complicate it in trying to isolate this PA, but it will give you some angles at the very least. 12-11 2K lead coming out for Ivory. Trailer Park Boys just trying to split the map up as much as they can with 4-2-3.
Aizen is alone. And they know that he is there. Gonna be jumping in with the Silence Ball on the strike as well. Trying to finish him off. Pops the BKB. Thinks about fighting. Gets the bash off. He's gonna be needing the help of his teammates. But BKB being down, that is a solid win for TPB.
That it is. I'm a little bit surprised they couldn't respond a little bit faster, or at least if they were a little bit closer. I think he had some turn potential for Aizen. Satanic was still there. A lucky bash or two and some crits. He can kill a little.
Found. Ooh. He gets us away. 4 stats. Keep him alive. That is gonna be beautiful with the Ravage connected. Go to all of them. They're just gone. 11 will get the Sunder off, but he's the only one who can swap HP. And with him being alone, Aizen is not gonna stop. Let's see now how lucky he'll get. He's gonna get extremely lucky on Aizen, but 11, he doesn't share the sentiment. Insta first hit bash, bringing them another easy kill.
Yeah, and it just kind of goes back to that. Yes, you did pop the BKB on Aizen, but everything else is ready. Like, how are you supposed to deal with the PA anyway? It's not like you had that Bloodthorn ready. It's not like the BKB is actually a massive part. Aizen still has the Satanic, still has that turnaround play potential, and has that damage. And you can just see the effect. Just Fatal Bonds of these team fights is burning through the side of the Trailer Park Boys. Like, they are just melting with all of that sheer damage output. There's no pipe. There's not a lot of BKBs outside of 4-2-3. There's none to speak of, so the bonds are always just there and are always a consistent issue. And I don't see any way of stopping this high ground. You don't even have the full Ags up yet on Se. 80 gold away, so at the least it's not too far off, but even with the Ags, upgrade and Macropire, it's not going to be enough. Your team fight is just completely lacking right now.
To be honest, Ivory don't even have to push it here. If I was, you can still be playing it safe and discipline. Reset, fight for Roche, but it does seem like they want to continue with the push. I'd say a bit unnecessary, and yeah, they will be pulling themselves back.
Some repositioning out. Again, I appreciate the warding coming out from Ivory as well. This is something that I've seen from them even in, say, different third-party tournaments. I think Predator League was one where it just really showed up. Their warding has been on point. Their ward was taken out, but their vision game across the map is just so clean. Compared to the lack of vision coming out here from the Trailer Park Boys, they just have no info to play with. Managing to get some map space out now, get some wards in the triangle at the very least, but this forward ward on the low ground of that triangle is still there. They can set up for Roshan, and they're going to be clearing it out. No problems here on the side of Ivory whatsoever. The side of the Trailer Park Boys, what can you do to fix this? Nullifier up on 4-2-3 is a start. Bloodthorn still a ways off from 11 and could be considering BKB first instead. We're going to be taking Tormentor in exchange for Roshan. So get some gold boost for losing on that secondary life. You have the shard up for Narman, so you can farm a little bit faster as well for some results. And you are working onto the BKB now for Chiwen, switching away from the Ags here on the OD. Understanding that he just needs to find a way to try to stay alive, spam out the Astral, spam out the Arcane, look for the opportunity to get big Santies off. Easier said than done overall. As the secondary life is, again, present on Aizen. Has that Abyssal, going for his own Orchid, potentially into the Bloodthorn.
With that Abyssal, I feel like OD is just such an easy target, right? This hero does have solid base armor, but as you itemize and as time progresses, you do not really get that much of it. And I feel like the PA will just annihilate you even if it smells you for a second. Oh, get him down. And he's still inside of Macropire. Nice. That is a big one to take away. Aizen just underestimating what his opponents are capable of.
Yeah. But that is also the Ags upgrade with Macropire gone. It's a big tool in trying to get some damage in. Without that, BKB's still up, Satanic's still up here on Aizen. You're not really that scared here.
Well, maybe he should be, because he has lost more than half his HP. Other Ravage will be used, and they will be finding the OD. This is what we talked about. Dread bombs the BKB, trying to get himself away. The Slaughter Fist will kill him there with a double attack. Aizen bombs the BKB to get himself away. He doesn't have the Satanic either, so this is very dangerous for him. The Monkey will find an open, and Aizen is fighting, but only until his own death. They thought that they were strong on the high ground, they should be engaging, but they made the mistake. And now the chase is on. It's still nighttime, so Narman, see where they're at. Still hesitant. about going for this chase. 11, he's not going to be hesitating at all. Uses the Manta. Rupido, be a bit careful there with the silence. Crippling Furies there. Finally, the golem will get dropped with the Fatal Bonds as well. Nice dodge there from the Ember. Not going to be hit by the Boundless Strike, but the Monkey King gets himself way too deep into that fight. Now we know why TPB were hesitant to really go on for a full-on chase, and the Ember is not done until Terribility goes. Thunder not available. Slaughterfish chase isn't going to be enough. No, but the attacks from Rupido will. Monkey King will be buying back. There's the macro power being used. Rupido does his best to escape, and he will be able to do so. So far, Monkey King doesn't want to die again.
Again, this time it's a little bit more awkward for Ivory. That disconnection with a Ravage usage and a Chaotic Offering does cost them some issues there. Like, they're not able to clean up as much. The bonds weren't as effective. They were a little bit more scattered out on the side of the Trailer Park Boys, which is an important move to make, an important distinction that they're not as clumped up to get max value from this AoE control on Ivory. They managed to eat through 2 lives on Aizen, getting a little bit over-eager to jump in. But it does cost him a lot on the side of Trailer Park Boys as well. Having to buy back, and this Monkey stalling out in his further itemization into his own Basher Abyssal. It's gonna hurt that control that you are somewhat lacking on the side of the Trailer Park Boys. As Rupido's just chasing by himself.
Chikiro, Sam will take care of the dead in the water. It still looks like he could die here. Trent comes over. Astral being used. Monkey jumping from the side. Let's see, can they punish Rupido for his insolence? Around the strike from afar. A couple of arcane orbs. He does have the Sanity's Eclipse, but the Glimmer Cape is a bit too good of a tool for Rupido to die.
Just a little bit too much. Really heads up. Chains out from Ken to cut off the Monkey King jump. And it does stall out the potential punishment coming out there from this Trailer Park Boys. On the side of Ivory, again, we were talking about what they need to do here. So far, they have been delivering on this concept of playing stronger as a team. And you've got a lineup that does have to coordinate with each other. You need some proper usage of Ravage, along with the Chaotic Offering and Bonds, and the Upheaval, and all that's panning out. They're putting their trust in Aizen to clean up this game. He has been delivering the goods so far. I do love that he has the Gunpowder Gauntlet as well. And we play with that with Battlefield. There's a lot of splash damage just flying around every so often. Got the Shard being built up as well for Aizen, so you've got a good break to deal with Chuen to a certain extent. Kind of deal with the Jingu on the Monkey if you're quick enough. To deal with Silk and Stalker as well. Lots of value there. Just some good damage to chip out. And for the Trailer Park Boys, they're kind of stuck in their high ground. We were talking about the lack of vision earlier. Same issue holds true because they can't really dip away from here. One lane down, no vision outside to hunt. They're just being hugged down here by the side of Ivory, and I don't really see the greatest openings for them to try to break this game open just yet.
It is a rough one. They're doing their best to stay in it, but for now it's just not working out. Also, Tidehunter having that BKB now doesn't help their case either, because he really can take a lot of the beating coming out from TPB. And of course, the Crippled Fear no longer an issue for the Tidehunter.
Gonna be able to emergency Ravage if need be now, just in case. And again, as this game goes on as well, scaling isn't so clear-cut for the side of Trailer Park Boys. I mean, yes, Ravage loses its impact as BKB start to come in, if BKB start to come in. There is that to consider, but at the same time, this is a PA and Tide as they jump. Oh my lord.
Yeah, Trent does have a buyback, but generally you do not want your fight to start off that way. This is the thing, minus armor, Missile Blade, goodbye OD. Looking towards 11 as well. As that charge, a lot of his chains connects. You do have the Ravage still. We'll be using it right now onto the 3 remaining heroes. Was a BKB on 4 to 3. Chen gonna be joining in on the fight. Aizen uses the satanic, but he is got put into the escape act, so he's not really gonna be healing all that much. But look at the backlines. Ken doing a great job at keeping them at bay. Rubido very low on mana, but he's already done his job. Still has the Ghost Scepter to play with, so generally should be fine. As Aizen's gonna be going in again. They need the Astral Save and will be able to get it off. He will be finishing off the Night Stalker, protected by the Glimmer. Now Chen gets bashed from afar, but the Boundless Strike gets him healed quite a lot. Not enough. Hurricane Pike, he wants to survive onto the OD. That's not gonna be happening. GG has been called, even with the Sunder 11. His impact in these fights just hasn't been felt at all.
He was doing a fantastic job of saving with the Sunders, but beyond that, I mean, trying to do damage early on was great. He never managed to farm up his own BKB, and it was really a lack of control. That's the one thing that we were talking about in draft, going for the offlane Terrorblade with a player like 11, when he's known for making these crazy team fights happen or isolating out supports. Terrorblade doesn't really achieve that. It can Sunder save. He did manage to bail out Chuen a couple of times, but it's just not enough. And Ivory, the team that I consider the underdogs here, Harry, do manage to rise to the occasion. We see that coordination from them playing together as a team for much longer than the side of the Trailer Park Boys have existed. Again, they have been going through a lot of up and downs. They hadn't had the best performances in the qualifiers, nor had they had the best performances in some of the smaller lands that they've been to. But that experience of playing together does lead an edge when it comes down to coordination, execution. These guys they know each other quite well. They know how to cover each other's backs. They know what kind of tempo and timing they want to hit. And each player delivered their part here quite nicely in this game.
So how do you feel about the continuation of the series, considering that TPB did start off with 5 kills, they were overtaking the map, and then they just lost because, obviously, better team fight on the other side. Do you think with draft adjustments, maybe some slight playstyle adjustments, that it's still a very close series?
I think it can be. I think the key thing is 11 on Terrorblade wasn't bad. He was winning his lane, he was doing what he wanted to do, but it feels like this guy just really excels on big playmakers. I think having him on either a more disruptive offlane or a more playmaking offlane sort of sorts some of those issues out. Chuen as well. Like, he has played a lot of OD even on his time in Talon. He was one of the only people picking OD like a year ago. And it makes sense. I mean, it looked okay. The lane was fine. He was having some impact. The hero just isn't in a good spot overall. And I think we saw some of the weaknesses here. Maybe it could have been played better, for sure. Arguably, it could have been a better OD game. At the same time, its shortcomings were highlighted a little bit faster, especially with the recovery of Aizen. Once that BKB was up, that's one less hero you're going to be bursting down, and you needed that magical burst to handle Aizen early on, because afterwards, the timing for MKB, the timing for Bloodthorn were all thrown out, and Aizen had a relatively free game until some of those items were kicking in.
That actually does make sense, and I can't wait to see what they're going to be cooking up in the second game. Overall, though, the teams are already getting themselves into the lobby, so we shouldn't have to wait too long for that to happen. But before that, we are gonna be resting a little bit for those 5-10 minutes before the draft is ready. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. even though I love getting on the screen, getting into the draft here at the Dream League Season 26 close qualifiers in Southeast Asia, I can't help but hate the fact that that awesome music ends. But luckily, John, we should be getting ourselves into draft very soon. All of the players are in the lobby. So we saw something in game 1. We saw 11 on the Terrorblade. That was the, I guess, the hero player pairing that you disliked. Let's use that word the most. How do you feel they adjust right now? Do you just straight up not pick that Terrorblade if it's a great opportunity early on, or do you still go for it but just make sure that you're going to be playing it in the carry role?
Yeah, I think you can still go for it, but lining up for, I don't know, like hard picking Terrorblade 1 kind of takes away its impact on that flex. Not that I think the flex is the most amazing thing in the world. So there is that to consider. I think it's also not just the Terrorblade for 11. I think Chu Wen going on to the OD as well is a little bit of a mixed bag. Again, the hero I think is not at its strongest point. I know it had a little bit more play, but I think its fundamental issues still lie. That if it doesn't stomp the early game, if it doesn't win you the game by 25, it tapers off pretty hard. It does have a moment where it bounces back, like you hit Ags, maybe you hit BKB, maybe you get a refresh. It can be an ultra annoying hero to play into a late game scenario. But it's not like Chu Wen was winning that strong early that he had that massive lead to have all of those tools available. So I think having a more stable choice from mid would make a big difference, and I'm keen on seeing what sort of draft adjustment the side of Trailer Park Boys do take up in this game number 2.
Yeah, well, you don't have to wait any longer because we've got it on our hands. Without any of the bans being already there. You know, I like this. I like the clean slate. We are now going to be seeing exactly what the teams are going to be removing in real time. You know, when I get in and I already see 4 bans on one side, 3 on the other, right? What we can do first. But, this is going to give us great insight how these teams are thinking and how they want to set up the game for themselves. Any heroes in particular that you've noticed in 738 and then BNC, of course, that you feel like have been underutilized in competitive gameplay?
Underutilized. I think all the obvious winners have been picked very early on in this case. You know, like people leaned into AA, even though I think AA was actually decent in the last patch. People realize that in the next patch, they start picking it, then all the things AA counters just disappear. I think Dazzle Chikiro were the ones that stood out, really. Maybe the changes to Silencer as well, who also was a short-lived fad. Ansi, I don't know, it's hard to say. I feel like there are heroes that I think are good, but aren't necessarily good, perhaps by the numbers.
Give us one. Give us one.
I'm gonna sound crazy, but I think Axe is alright. I think Axe is actually alright. You know, I think that hero is pretty fine. You know, like going Blink Blade Mail is alright. A lot of cores on Safe Lane are physical right-click cores that hate call. So yeah, it works as a good foil to Dazzle. If you allow Dazzle through, you don't care. Right? That's one less ban you have to expend if you just pick Axe. I know it's just not as lane crushing. It's not the same kind of team fight you tend to want to build up nowadays. So that is kind of one big reason why it's just kind of dead. But yeah, speaking of, there's that AA. Ivory just drag it out, even though, again, for the most part, the heroes AA deals with very well are all kind of dead. You know, Morphling, I guess, can kind of slide out. Maybe a Life Stealer. Tinker to an extent, sure. Yeah, like cutting off that healing is nice. But at the same time, I'm keen on seeing what Ivory wants to do to kind of build up. Like what kind of... Because when you get the AA, it does feel like you really need some team fight coming either from your off lane or your pause 4/5. You need something to tie that in. Tidehunter kind of fits that build really nicely. We saw Rupido just dominate with that here last time around, so if it's not banned out with Trailer Park Boys, I wouldn't be surprised if Ivory just started to pick the Tidehunter. Like, there's really nothing that counteracts it too hard. It's tanky enough to ride through the Tinker. It can build pipe if need be for the team as well, so you can mitigate a little bit of the damage coming in, at least from marginal lasers spam.
I love
I'm
it.
curious if Trailer Park Boys want to ban it. I think it's a safe ban. Like, if you don't ban Tide, Rupido's just gonna pick it again. Okay.
Well, they will leave it in. If you really want, you can protect the Tyranther with something like an Ursa ban, something along those lines. The Monkey King is already out of the way, and then just pick the Tyranther. And I don't really know if there's something that's gonna be a problem for him. I mean, in the previous game, you had the PA yourself, so you knew that break is not gonna be a problem. And this time around, the hero is banned out, so generally, it does look like a pretty safe bet.
Does. Curious though, again, if Ivory are worried about any of these counters, we'll ban out the Night Stalker instead, so they don't want to have to deal with Tinker Night Stalker. That does sound like a nightmarish combination. And instead, they'll actually prioritize the Tusk. That is one way of getting on top of the Tinker. Snowball can be nice, Blink Timing and Tusk can be nice. Snowball saves on hand now as well once you've got the Blink up on that Tusk. So there's a lot you can get done with this hero, and I think that is... It's perfectly fine. We have seen Tusk as well in certain lane combinations just crush still with tag team, so I don't mind that too hard. And you know what? It's very thematic of Ivory. That's 2 ice heroes on hand. Unfortunately, I don't think we have any ice cores, unless you're crazy enough to go for like a Crystal Maiden core, but no one would do that, or Winter Wyvern core. So that's as far as we go with the ice stuff. Lich core as well, it's not a thing, but hey, we've got 2 ice supports.
Did you see the Lich bug that is going
What is the
around?
bug?
10 seconds
If
remaining.
somebody has a BKB and they are using a movement
5
spell,
seconds
the
remaining.
Sinister Gaze stops them. So Magnus with the BKB goes for a skewer, the Lich uses Sinister Gaze, it doesn't stun him, but it stops him. It stops the Phoenix Dive as well, and spells such as that, maybe Earthshaker Axe as well.
Oh yeah, I read about that. Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. That's hilarious. Not like Lich needed to be more annoying than he already is. God bless. Man, here I go again calling every hero annoying.
Yeah,
Truly, they
I've
truly
noticed
are.
that. I've noticed that, and you know, poor Lich getting some hate when there's a Tinker. A Tinker, right? You just add 1 letter and you get the real name of the hero. A Puck Pick into an Earthshaker. Okay, this is new.
I like it. I think the mid lane matchup is all right for Puck. It's not too bad for Shaker either, but it's not too bad for Puck, as most Puck lanes tend to be. I think this is a smart way of locking in the Tinker. It's a good source of damage into Terrorblade. High armor hero, not the highest magic res as well. So, I mean, it has base magic res. So magic damage is always good. Puck will kind of help that. It does complement your blast now as well from the Ancient Apparition. So you do have the Dream Coil to play with on that one. And I do like seeing that come out. I am curious which way the Trailer Park Boys do go, because again, Shaker, it looks like a solid mid for Chiwen. It's something that, again, he played a lot of even in his time. Well, actually, I don't know if the Earthshaker mid was as hot when Chiwen was on hand. Actually, no, he was playing a lot of Sniper and OD, so maybe not.
Narman is a
this
big
something he knows.
Shaker player as well, right? So there is some flex potential, I guess.
That is true, but I don't believe in Shaker support. I mean, I think it can work. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I think you lose out a lot of your impact if you're not able to play around with Enchant and shoving a wave away, getting some chip damage in with Slugger. So
10
I think it's
seconds
fine,
remaining.
but you lose out on some of the impact of hero, because Slugger's great,
5
and the
seconds
other facets
remaining.
not. It does not give you enough AoE to really make up for it. I feel like if they scale that down, the AoE bonus to a little bit less of a value every 5 levels, it might be considerable. But right now, if I recall right, it's every 10 levels, which is just sad. It's very
And
sad.
you get nothing for it, really. 50 every 10 levels, no.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel good.
It should be every 5, and then there's an argument for it, which maybe it's too strong to be fair, every 5 levels, but hey, you know, it needs something to be viable. And Ivory with the Bristleback, again, I think they're covering their bases well. And this is a hero that's not going to care. It can stand forward, pop all the damage. This could be our Aizen hero. I believe Ivory is fond of giving Aizen +1 Bristle and leaving something else for Rupido, so they do have some flex to play with here. I like seeing this. I think Trailer Park Boys do have some natural break heroes, like Terrorblade or Shaker can kind of build into Silver Edge quite fine. And now you have
There's
another
a-
source of break with Ags, at least. And there's that Prime Beast you were calling for, Mr. Harry Freak.
Yeah, but I'm not. Where is this an offlane Primal Beast just straight up on 11, or is there like some flex potential still on
10
the
seconds
position 4 Shaker?
remaining.
I would say
5 seconds remaining.
the way I'm seeing it, I would actually it would be ideal to just run. It's hard to say. I think Primal Beast offlane is probably the better bet. I'm trying to think if Primal Beast mid against Puck is alright. I think it's okay. We've seen that matchup before. It's not particularly amazing. I'm trying to weigh whether or not that's better than Shaker mid against Puck.
10 seconds
And it
remaining.
feels like it's both
Player
kind of
team
meh.
ban.
Well, I feel like both of them slightly win versus the Puck, just like any melee tanky hero does. But that's about it. I'd rather have a Shaker in the mid lane. Earlier Blink makes it so that you can punish the Puck throughout the game and not only like slightly win the
10
laning stage or
seconds
something.
remaining.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'd rather have the Shaker mid. You're on the
5
Primal Beast
seconds
off.
remaining.
If it is into Bristleback, it's kind of fine. But again, this flex potential for Rupido to just take the Bristle is also alright. I'm curious to see what the idea is, because Trailer Park Boys are banning out offlanes. Like, they take care of the Darkseer. They can take care of, like, Enigma or Mars as well. And the side of Ivory just need to take care of what seems to be some flex, like Ricky's being banned out. Could be a sort of mid or support Ricky ban. They're trying to figure out what exactly the ideas are from Trailer Park Boys.
Why is
Because
there no
Chuen
Sand
does play
King?
both.
Why is there no Sand King? It got played quite a lot in Fisher Universe, so I'm kind of thinking why nobody here is even thinking about the hero.
I think the Sand King IDs in Southeast Asia died out earlier. I don't think it's as popular just overall, even in the past qualifiers. I think it's kind of faded out. Also maybe has something to do with the players. I think the biggest Sand King player was like Lewis on Execration. I'm not sure if he's still running it there. And Tino,
Radiant team ban.
who is now on Team Nemister. So maybe you'd see it there in terms of that, but I think the other players might just not be as keen on it post nerfs. I mean, it's still playable. I'm with you on that. I don't think it's too bad, but it does feel like it's now a little bit more in player
10
preference.
seconds
They will
remaining.
ban the Skyrat Mage as well. Not a support here you see too often, but
5
it is
seconds
one of those things
remaining.
that can pin the Puck down. So they're banning to protect the Puck hard on Ivory, ensuring that Ken has as good of a game as he can.
You still get something like a Shaman, right? If you want to. Sure, versus the Tusk, it's not the ideal target, but the ideal hero. But generally, Puck is away from his team, so you might just be able to catch him as well. Plus, of course, your talents do. He does still have the break talent, right? He should have it. X breaks, yes, he does.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind that idea, even though, again, Shadow Shaman is one of the most annoying heroes in the game. It does make a lot of sense up against what you have here on the side of Ivory. They ban out the Alchemist, some big scaling heroes. Considering that it's also protected by the AA, makes a lot of sense. And what will you pick up? I like the Shadow Shaman idea. I think it fits in pretty nicely. Nothing
10
else really
seconds remaining.
looks amazing. Maybe you want Natural Source
Muerta?
Break. You could consider.
5
There's a
seconds
Muerta. There's
remaining.
also the Hoodwink if you want that. I think
Yep.
that could be fine as well.
But I feel like you already have ways to deal with the Bristleback. That maybe you're just... If you deal with the Puck, this lineup of Ivory at the moment doesn't work. Of course, we do not know their last pick, and it might work with that
Yeah,
here
it
as
is.
well. There's the Shadow Shaman. It still could be like a Tide Hunter here for Ivory. You called it out earlier. It's solid with the Tusk. I wouldn't mind it.
Yep, still kind of fits in. Really tanky lineup for Ivory if they do go that route. Bristleback Tide. My concern is damage doesn't
5
feel
seconds
amazing.
remaining.
It's not like you have a lot of right click coming in. I guess Goo plus Anchor Smash can be funny in terms of that interaction, and physical damage could be a way to go, but it's not exactly mind-boggling amounts of damage coming out from Ivory, which I would like to see a little bit more output. Just something to help them drag these heroes down faster on the kill threshold.
Now select
And they will go with a Morphling instead, which is still covered by the AA. I like that for Aizen. That is a hero that he has played a lot. It's one of his specialties. We saw Morphling being banned out consistently in the last series as well towards the end. And this time around, it does slide true for Ivory. You have the Morphling into Terrorblade matchup, so eventually you can just use Terrorblade against himself. And this is a hero matchup where you will kind of go back to what Crystallis said there, Harry Freak, where there is a timer in the Terrorblade. Like, compared to a Morphling, it does not scale as much. And the Morphling has a lot to play with. The Morphling turns into Terrorblade, he has Metamorphosis, the Morphling turns into Shaker. He has a insane amount of damage. So there's a lot you have to be a little bit worried about, a lot of good forms for Aizen to play with. And I think this is a pretty clean draft from Ivory. There's a lot of pressure on the Trailer Park boys to try to catch out Ken. I think that's the big challenge. And it's catching out Ken and Aizen, right? Like, this puck is slippery, but so is the Morphling. Who are you going to prioritize here on Norman? Are you going to lock in the puck? Are you going to lock in the Morphling? Do you have enough time to try to lock in both? Hopefully one of them slips up and you can pin them down with your Shaker Problem Beast instead. Not the easiest thing to hope for here on the side of Trailer Park boys in a very mobile fight.
I still am not sure about this one, because I only see the puck as the big form of lockdown early on. And I understand, like, Morphling is generally good versus the Terrorblade, but I don't know if you've seen recently, people aren't even skilling up the Adaptive Strike. And I always felt that mixture of magical and physical damage, it was why the Morphling was good versus the Terrorblade. If you skip it, if people think that it's just not a good spell now, I'm not even sure it's that great. I'm torn about this Ivory draft. I'd much rather play the TPB draft, because there's, they have so many spells to play with. Echo, Hexes, Onslaughts, Pulverizes, like, whatever happens, you have a play. I feel like if this other lineup starts falling behind, they're screwed.
Yeah, that's the one big thing. I think that tempo is a little bit more impressive on the side of the Trailer Park boys. They have to secure that tempo early, but if they can run away with the game early, then you shut down the farm with the Morphling. You have a Bristleback who's also not going to be able to play, as we've seen. Like, both of these heroes do need farm. And the puck connections with just A and Tusk can be enough, but you're going to have to commit the Ice Blast every single time. You're only going to be finding one. And that's where things can maybe get a bit dicey. On your point about Morphling here, Harry Freak, I've seen that build for a long time now, where it's mainly just attribute shift and waveform. I think in Southeast Asia, that's the build I've been seeing anyhow, since before the patch. So I feel like it's fine. It just allows you to weave in and out, focus on farming, clear out camps, get to that point where you've got Vlad's plus maybe a Manta, and you're kind of good to go. The issue is just kind of hitting that point. There's some punishment you can have in lane. It's really down to how much can you get out with these stun combinations, because, like you mentioned, the lack of control on the side of Ivory could lead to their downfall if they're not able to sustain through the overwhelming amount of control that the side of the Trailer Park boys do have. And this is where they really have to play their lanes aggressively. Try to hit even just level 2 on some of these side lanes can lead to some very fast kills on the board.
How do you feel about the new facet on the Primal Beast? Because I'm not sure how to feel about it. Every time you get disabled, you get 3 uproar stacks.
I think it's actually pretty okay. I like it. The only reason I pick it is because they nerfed the hell out of the other one with the added AoE from Pulverize. Like, they nerfed the crap out of it when they realized people were just using that on Tormentors, and because it refreshes the duration, you just got an insane amount of range. And, if you just camp Tormentor and no one's there, you're stomping the game, you literally just pulverize the map. It's dumb. It used to be dumb. But I think this is a fine one to get, especially with an Ags-oriented build, which it does feel like 11's going to be leaning into here. Right? To get that source of break, to get that consistent damage, you will almost always be max uproar stacks. And that is going to be devastating in some of these longer fights. It's just so much damage to come in, and so much armor that you have to eat through from 11. It makes his heroes just extra durable. EHP you gain from uproar being up is kind of nuts. So I do respect that. I wish maybe it gave you additional uproar stacks, additional max stacks, but maybe it's a little bit busted if you gave it too much in that facet.
Oh, that is gonna be a dead courier on the Tinker. Brick won't be getting another one, so they are laning the Tusk with the Morphling. How do you feel about this laning setup? Is this kind of what you expected, or do you still want the Tusk with the Bristleback?
I think this is a very stable way to play. I think this lane combination is probably better just because you have this front line that gets healed up. I think the offense potential of Morphling Tusk is pretty nice once you have Tag Team and Shards up, if you can afford to commit. Issue is trying to play aggressive onto Problem Beast is probably optimistic, and you're just kind of going to have to hang back and farm up, which is maybe better off with AA, but even then, the AA also doesn't give you much. At least the Tusk can be a little bit of a buffer zone, cutting off, copying some damage quite nicely with all of his added HP in comparison to the Ancient Apparition. The combination of AA plus Bristleback down bot is pretty interesting. Once you have Ice Vortex up, it's a good amount of slows. You start to stack some Nasal Goo up. It can be hard to escape that kill zone. So like a level 3, level 4 spike can look good there. And that's the one thing. Just riding through the initial lane is what you have to do. But once you hit that point, it can get a little bit spicy here if you're not too careful in 43 and Se.
So how do you feel about the mid lane? How it's developing right now? Is this within expectation, or is he getting a bit too much on the Shaker?
Mid lane matchup. It's pretty much as you'd expect. Like you mentioned earlier on, right? Like Puck doesn't generally win the lane. I don't think you expect to lose the lane by a margin of 5 creeps right now in terms of CS. So it's a little bit rougher for Ken. But this is something Chuan has played to a high level for a long time, and he's kind of juggling it around well. The key thing for Ken is that he does have a slight advantage in securing water runes every single time. Heck, he could even snipe out a bounty rune if he so wished, and he's getting really aggressive
going
with
for
the
a
tower.
kill. Look at that. He has a fairy fire and he didn't use it. Oh, get outplayed. This could be game changing, right? A lane that you should generally win as a Shaker now is most definitely lost, and you're going to be losing the flag bearer full wave actually here, allowing the Puck to come back in that regard as well. This is a disaster.
It is. This is going to give some equalization for Ken. Allow him to scale into that 6 a little bit faster, have the threat of the Dream Coil up, and maybe tie that in with some rotation into the side lanes, and kind of open up the game. So far, though, despite that kill coming out for Ken, in terms of the lane situation right now for the Trailer Park Boys, they are doing quite nicely in terms of CS. Like 43 is having a nice ride down bot, 11's handling top quite well as well. In fact, he's just holding pocket points on Trample and Onslaught. He does commit now with a Shackle out.
Trying to go in, but of course both of the heroes on the side of Ivory do have ways to get away from the trample, so generally you are not afraid of 11 whatsoever with either of your heroes in this lane. And as soon as he does have his trample back, you have your spells back as well, so you should be fine.
A-okay to just play that deep. And again, when you have that Provoke the Beast, getting out max uproar, much quicker, much more durable. You are mainly physical damage in this lane, clearly so. Not being able to really burst down. 11 he oversteps his bounds. Down bot though, Rupido. Ooh.
Well,
laser out.
Gonna be fine. Overall though, it is 1 for 1 in terms of kills. This Bristleback is, sure he died now, but in terms of CS, he is really suffering. Like, why is this so? How did they manage to slow him down this much?
I think the key thing is they're applying the pressure onto Drick, and once Drick's zoned out, the Bristleback alone is something you can poke and prod effectively at. You've got some pure damage up with the lasers, of course. You've got the sustain to ride through a couple of quilt spams here with a march. So you don't really zone out too hard on Rupido. And it's a very manageable lane for 4-3-3. Not too much of a threat from that whistle on at the least. So it is a little bit tougher to manage that lane. And the constant pulls as well are just ramping up to cut off that farm for Rupido as well. At least has the value point in the Bristleback now. So it has some presence out, has some durability kicking in. And we'll be able to pull back at the least. There is room for stacks to say the least, so there is some ways to and just recover later on.
The first power rune, Trent does get it. Nicely done there. Almost getting denied by the AA, but Unfortunately for them, not going to be happening. He's immediately rotating towards bottom. Was spotted on a ward. Let's see if Rupido, even with all of the info, is going to be fine. I mean, he definitely knows that this is happening, but the thing is that he's all alone. Juven does have the echo. Will be going for it immediately. TP in from Drick, and if he shows himself, he will die as well. Unfortunately for TPB, he doesn't do that.
Plays conservatively. But it's going to be a lot of room to just siege down bot. On the side of Ivory, don't really have a response. Again, it comes down to this draft, right? Like we were talking about this. There are some merits to running the Bristleback and Morphling, but that means early on, it's down to your supports in the puck to kind of make plays, and your supports are not ready. You're still level 3 on Drick. You're still level 3 on Grims. It's early on in the game to hope for any of those rotations to align with the puck. So obviously, your Bristleback is pretty far behind here for Rupido. Aizen's still in that point where he is trying to ramp up in the Morphling, and it's going to be a while until he's really in play. At the very least, after Manta is when you start to feel comfy. Maybe just the Vlads. Some more players get confident with just the Vlads up. And that does mean, if you are looking to play aggressive on the side of the Trailer Park Boys, you have a clearer angle to play that aggression out from. Again, Dream Coil's been up for Ken. Doesn't have anyone to connect with for that Dream Coil. These heroes are relatively tanky on the side of Trailer Park Boys. So try.
They're gonna try. There's the cold feet, and that is looking like a dead Shaker. The cold feet will connect, and Ken finishes him off with the waning rift. Very nice move towards the mid lane, and it just goes to show how bad of a game this Shaker has been having. Right after that kill from Ken, really has made a difference. Also, Aizen in trouble, but the snowball will save him. Healing load is being used as well. Shards onto Narman, and now he's going to be the one to fall. One more hit from the Morphling will be enough. Grims, however, will pay with his life. 11 standing his ground, fighting Aizen. These two are both too tanky to die to each other.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They are.
attack.
A little bit curious about Aizen as well. He's level 6. He went 3 points in waveform, 1 point in attribute, and 2 points in attributes. At 1 point in attribute shift, 2 points in all attributes. So he doesn't even opt for an early morph, just looking to really go all in on farm, knowing that he's not going to be aggressively morphing into other heroes until a couple of items up. I can kind of respect that. It does cut off some utility for some opportunities when, say, 11's alone, or you find the Shadow Shaman alone. That turn opportunity isn't quite there. But it does speed up that farm pace just a tad bit, as the Vlads is set to fly in. A little bit of a smoke out from Ivory as well, with Ken and Grims connecting.
Dire are scanning.
Dream Coil is still ready, and they get the scan out. Chuwen would be a nice one to pick off again.
And they're looking towards him. They have the coil. There's the silence as well. Tag team being used. Doesn't want to use the coil just yet. He's waiting for some kind of a response. The coil will get used right now. Echo Slam onto the Tusk, and they don't even kill him. Instant snowball wants to protect himself. Blood Grenade will connect. Says standing his ground. He doesn't even bring down the Tusk. Now Ken is getting his spells back up, and he will be getting another one down. Hit is there. Narman, he turns Grims into a little chicken. There's gonna be a snowball in 5 seconds, and they might decide to dive Narman. No need to do so, though. He's not that big of a target. As now Ivory are getting themselves back, and really Ken is playing like a god in this game.
He is. They even miss out on this opportunity on Brick, TPing in the tree line. We catch out Ken by his lonesome.
He's gone. I do like to curse him. That was an instantaneous kill on the puck, though very hard to disengage coming out from him either way.
Yeah, I mean that's some compensation out from the side of the Trailer Park Boys, something they desperately needed, but it's also giving some much needed space out for the side of Ivory to play this farm game. Like you've got the Vanguard up on Rupido, again you've got the Vlad's already up on Aizen, and he does have that value point in more now. They are still getting to that steady siege on mid, but that timing we've seen on the Terribly time and time again. But Rupido's also here to try to dissuade his attack. Again, having some of that durability up.
Well, to the two of them, A-Blast gonna be flying through. He still has a Sunder. The A-Blast is not that good. Versus it, he needs to use it on his teammate, and will be doing just that. But I'm not sure that that's gonna be enough for him to survive. 4-3, he still has the Frostbite on him. He will die. Rupido running forward. He feels like he can take this fight, and it seems like that's the case with the snowball going on to 3 of them. Aizen going in with the onslaught, showing them how the spells of the Primal Beast are used. Pulverize being used just to stop them with their onslaught towards him, and it doesn't even save his own life. That's gonna be a double for Ken, and the mid lane tower to follow.
I like that play coming out from Ivory. Just really cheeky, having everyone funnel in on mid, landing the blast, forcing Asunder out early on just to save 43's skin, and getting the punishment elsewhere. Again, it's down to this timing here for the side of Ivory. They managed to get the Vlads up on Aizen, and instantly, he hits level 8, he gets a value point in Morph, he's ready to show up, he knows he's got some sustain, he knows he has a little bit more damage to play with, and he leverages that in a big way. There's so many good forms for the Morphling in this game. He takes the Problem Beast there, but Shaker down the line still fine. There's some utility, an argument to turn into even the Tinker could be decent if you feel the need for it. Spamming out Defense Matrix later on is going to be annoying to say the least. Turning into Terrorblade with Metamorphosis is also quite fun. And he's almost got the Yasha up into that Manta style now on the Morph. On the side of the Trailer Park Boys, and they've got to be able to play with some tempo here. They are dropping the wards, they're looking to siege up top just a tad bit. But the side of Ivory aren't willing to let that go. They're smoked up, they've got an amp damage room. They could find someone to jump onto that.
The move towards the top and second wards and the illusions will take care of the tower. Aizen a bit too late to do anything about it, but he can farm those serpent wards, so that's going to be a big chunk of gold into his pocket. Let's see. And they find 11. It seems that maybe somewhat aware that something is coming their way. A Blast gonna be fine. Pop the coil, and very nice waiting there. Narman cannot even get the Hex off, but there's the Blink Dagger reveal. Chen will be finding an opening onto the puck. They go. Snowball. It does cancel it out, and Ken will be fine. He gets himself onto the side, and they have nothing to close the gap. Aizen will be joining in. Waning Rift as well, and now that AD rune can really show its power. Close, but just not close enough to bring him down the puck.
Not quite sharp enough. And that slam looked good, but the follow-through damage just not there. And in the end, the Trailer Park Boys kind of screaming one by one. Just not the kind of response you'd want. You need a little bit more. Maybe they can find some punishment onto Ruka, but again, he is fairly tanky here.
Yeah, they're just reducing their armor so much. Lucky for them that he doesn't have his tier 1, because with the rotation here, they would annihilate them.
Not be a good time. Even just the slows are causing massive issues for the continued chase from 423. And the Root Widow, I mean, he's about to get even tankier. Blade Meal set to follow next into a pipe. So he's going for the build that I was actually looking for from WS last time around. And a lot of mitigation, a lot of frontline durability. And Aura carrying for his team. They're still camping around on this left side of the map.
If you want the Wisdom Shrine, you will be able to get it at the cost of Grims, but in the end, who the hell cares? That is going to be a lot of experience into the hands of the Dire side, and I'm not sure what the BB could have done about it anyways.
Not too much. 4K lead coming out now for Ivory. They played a very smart game. They've allowed her force to farm up. It does look like Rupido has changed his mind, opting for the pipe straight up instead of the Blade Mail. Just wanting to have, again, a little bit of that magical block from damage coming in from, say the Tinker, say the Shaman, say the Shock, even the Shaker as well. So again, just getting a lot of space out for some of these cores that need it. Aizen still top of net worth. Ken, despite the activity as well, has been scaling up. Already has the Witchblade up and running. Mid tier 1 has still been standing, although it should be set to fall now as they commit the wards out. It should take the, and get the job done. And that does remove a little bit of threat.
Gone? Yeah.
But it is.
No more tier 1s on the map. There's an Atos on the AA already, and now he's gonna be getting a shard. He is over the Shaker in terms of net worth, or pretty much they're even. And I feel like that Shaker having a bad game is gonna be a huge problem for DPB down the line. It's already a huge problem, but it's gonna be even worse as time progresses.
That it will be. The timing of an AA to have Shard and Atos is also just sickening. Like, no one's going to have a Dispel on hand. You're constantly going to get Cold Feet proc. Getting Cold Feet on Ice Blast sets up quite nicely for some teamfight combinations coming in. It is not a pleasant time right now, as they will just clean up like this.
Yep, that's going to be terribly dead while they're setting up for the Morphling on the top lane. Aizen, can they take him out? Look at that. He morphed everything into strength and is just expecting for a Shaker to attempt to take his life, which at this moment is just impossible to happen.
you need so much more on the side of the Trailer Park Boys. The Kaya on Chuen is going to help the cause just a tad bit. I would say BKB Ags on 11 feels pivotal here. Having that source of break, having consistent damage, playing around with your facet and the full uproar charges you're constantly going to be getting in the front line is going to be really important in just having some actual presence in these fights to follow through from Chuen's openings. 11 though.
Try to go for him. I'm keeping him in place a little bit longer, but without the A blast, you really don't want to commit. It's a bit dangerous. But I want to ask you, John. I mean, you talked about the timing of TPB, that they have to be controlling the tempo. Does that put them in a very uncomfortable spot right now?
I would say so. It's like you were talking about earlier with that interview with Crystallis. Your scaling on the Terrorblade is not amazing in comparison to this Morphling. Even the Puck can scale into the late game as well. Their smoke already breaks.
Oh, they're going for the Terrorblade. You have a coil shards, a little bit off the mark there. You do damage to him. But this smoke from TPB, it kind of has to work well. For Ivory, not so much.
It's kind of chill out a little bit, still get that farm game going. Butterfly coming out next for Aizen already has that Manta style up. And just back to that point, if you didn't manage to get control early here on the side of the Trailer Park Boys, I mean, you know, leveraging this early timing that the Terrorblade can have on top of other heroes by virtue of Metamorphosis, then you're relying on scaling a little bit more. And again, Terrorblade scaling in this kind of game is just not clear cut. This Morphling's going to be an issue. The constant minus armor just removes the value of the Terrorblade in terms of his durability as a core. You don't have that gimmick with your high base armor any longer when Rupido's up front, getting all of the dues out. Roche going to be falling here towards Ivory as well. And get himself a nice free secondary life up and running on Aizen. And no answers out from the Trailer Park Boys. I mean, all they can do now is just try to farm into the point where they can do a little bit more. This BKB on 11 will help the cause, along with having a Dispel on 4v3, but his Manta is still a ways off. Oh,
that's not going to be allowed to TP away. The A-Blast is flying in. There is a pause. Because, like, can we enjoy the scenery a little bit longer? And that is a pretty bad way to go.
That it is. Yeah, showcase view on that beautiful Terrorblade flying up in the air.
Feels like, you know, one of those cartoons when somebody's falling to their death at the start. And, you go back. How did I get here? Well, we know.
You know what I always find funny with showcase view on like stun effects? If you move the camera just right, you can see how far the stun spiral is disconnected from the hero model just from displacement. It's one of those things with animation. Always makes me kind of giggle. It's something you just have to kind of contend with when you're rigging up and mapping objects onto each other. When you displace them, you know, it just acts a little bit funky. It's a little bit of a fun little thing. If you're an animator, then I feel sorry for you. Just kidding. But I was an animator once, and it's a life. I don't know if one should willingly choose that, but we do.
Hopefully you had fun. I can see you changed careers, so maybe not as much as one would want. But either way, that is another kill on the Terrorblade. They're just destroying this game. I mean, they're destroying TPB, not gonna lie. I don't see a single hero on their side who's having a good time.
No, certainly not. All the heroes suffering. Chuen still behind Drick in terms of farm. Mid Shaker is just not hitting its big item spikes that he wanted to. And again, I don't see that recovery coming in very simply here for the side of the Trailer Park Boys. Everything is just lined up right now for the side of Ivory. They've got control. They've got pretty much everything they could ask for at this point. Full pipe up on Rupido. Going for the Heaven's Halberd next. Gonna go for the Sanjin Yasha next as well. Gonna be extra durable. Just looking to spam that Viscous Nasal Goo out. Maybe could go with his Shard. That's the one thing lacking here from Rupido. And once you've got that up and running, you really have nothing that you're wanting. Spot out 11, farming up a little bit here.
He still doesn't have his BKB. He's very close to it, and now with the Parasma, Puck is going to be doing massive amounts of damage. Tusk goes in, actually stays on the low ground. Once the A blast is connected, will stop his TP. Unfortunately, it was the AA that got the shard from the first Tormentor, and that is why Primal Beast will die.
I really love AA shard. It's probably one of the most fun ones because it's so annoying. You can see that
Strong.
it is strong, and you can see how I gauge everything by how annoying it is to play against. Like, okay, AA shard for me is annoying to play into, but not annoying enough to be pissed off. You know, it's like it's annoying, but it's fine. It's kind of playable into it, but it is still strong despite that. You see, it's a good balance. You know, it's not like Shadow Shaman when he used to have Cluster Cluck built in foul play. You know, that was a load of horse. Not something fun whatsoever. But
Makes sense.
Ice Blast Shard, you know, it's annoying, it's fun, it's kind of cool, it's useful, it's well balanced. That's what I want. Not foul
Yeah,
play.
I understand. It's not something that I'd be mad dying to, you know, in the game. Makes a lot of sense. The Aegis is still gonna be up for another 2 minutes, a little bit less than that, but items are coming out one after the other for Ivory, and they might even be knocking at your door right now.
They will be. Already setting up with that full butterfly up on Aizen. So much output. Looking to collapse down bot.
Oh no, not again. He still didn't finish off his BKB. What are you gonna do without that one? He doesn't even have the buyback, which means that this push will continue. He's your tankiest hero.
Doesn't even have, I think the bigger thing is he's not even close to level 15 to have that self-disc spell. That could cover the lack of BKB, but you're not even at that point where you can hope to have it. Siege onto mid, Fortify already forced out. Creeps are still pouring in on the mid lane. Not much to worry about. I mean, how do you take these fights? It has to be a massive slam out from Chuin, but what's the follow-through from that? Just doesn't feel like you have that burst on hand.
They're getting out of the base. They are going to be finding an AA. The snowball saving just not close
Ooh.
enough, and he did get just close enough to pull him in. Drake will be surviving. He got his ulti off, buys back as well. Jackal's going to be connecting on Grim's. Good positioning for the Terribly to stand his ground and fight. Going to be using the Sunder onto the Morphling, who still has the Aegis to work with, so he will be taken down. Now the Coral onto the two of them. They're caught in place. Says trying his best to just use those repair bots, keep his teammates alive, healing up the Shadow Shaman and Glimmer Cape as well. He is going to be surviving for now. 11, not going to be as lucky, and that Aegis is still standing strong. GG called. PPB have nothing else left in the tank.
I'm really surprised by the result here. Like, again, we're talking about what Ivory had to bring out, right? To go against all of the experience, the individual skill that the side of the Trailer Park Boys has. They brought that A game out. They coordinate as a team, every single part, every single lane, playing to its strengths really nicely. Every single team fight executed to as high of a level as you could hope for 5 players playing together for almost a year now. And the side of the Trailer Park Boys, again, this is a stack that has just basically formed up. They went through Open Qualifier number 1, which is an impressive feat, just not having to retry on the other days. But Ivory are showing that even for a roster that maybe not as experienced, maybe on paper not as highly ranked, can still outplay in terms of coordination, in terms of their understanding of what they want to achieve in the game. And it certainly showed up here. That's a massive confidence booster for Ivory. They stay in the upper bracket. They're in the semifinals. And, you know, that's a position that Talon's not in. So they can kind of take a smile on that as well. They might have a legitimate shot in making it into upper bracket finals, having that chance to go into DreamLeague Season 26 to get some coveted points and experience right before the Esports World Cup.
The Boom versus Nimister is still going on, but did we just get all of the underdogs to go through? I mean, you favored Talon, Essence went through. You favored TPB a bit. Ivory went through, and quite easy. Mongols beating Execration. Did you have a favorite there, or did you think that Mongols were stronger?
Oh, that one I would have actually said Mongols, although that was a little bit more of a coin toss. I think that is probably the most even matchup across this day, at least, you know, before seeing what happened in our first series. I would have said that Mongols Execration was the closest series you'd have across all the streams. But yeah, so far I would say the first series was a big upset. The second series that we have on this stream, also a massive upset, because again, Ivory, they're a team that has had a lot of ups and downs, and they're not like the team that has gone super far in the qualifiers. They have had some moments of digging a little bit further in the lower bracket. This is a huge boon for them. Just going up against a team with, again, all the experience that the Trailer Park boys collectively has. Even some of their players spending some time in Europe, right? 423, Narman spent some time over there. And still, if you're not gelling together as a team, Dota is still a 5v5 game. Dota is about ideas on how to play around objectives as a team, how to achieve things as a team. And Ivory is just showing some of that teamwork off here.
So, makes sense. We got lucky with the first series, so we didn't have too long of a break. We only had like half an hour to rest to give the viewers enough time to just do a small activity and then come back. But now there is gonna be a huge one in a 2-hour gap. So before we send it to a break, John, what are you gonna be doing? Give us some advice how to kill the 2-hour time.
I've got a little bit of a hot tip. It's 6 p.m. local here in Southeast Asia. A good time to have some dinner. I've got some food waiting for me. My sister's been craving for some food. I've got some fried chicken. It's one thing you can get done. Also, like a hot tip, I didn't mention this at all in the stream. If anyone's wondering why I don't have the bearded freak instead of a hairy freak over here, the lovely hairy freak, it is Michael Phoenix's birthday. That's one thing you can do as well. Bug him on Twitter because he hates being pinged. Ping him on Twitter. Greet him happy birthday. Or DM him on, I don't know, Facebook. He hates that. So make sure to hit him up and just greet him happy birthday. He'll appreciate it. Happy birthday, Mickey.
There is no way that he is gonna be hating that one. Another happy birthday here from John and me. Hopefully he does have a lovely time with himself. Hopefully you guys have a lovely 2 hours that you are gonna be having to enjoy, not watching us, but of course maybe the other stream will still be up. With that being said, we are gonna be signing off right now for a long time, and then we'll be back once Team Essence and the Mongol series is about to start.
Alive with passions from his breath that flow. He'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. The sad
We drilled a little too deep.
The truth lies hidden.
Tell him of all I feel. Repeat my love at each melting touch. Since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart. Tune his heart to mine.
I'm thirsty. Yeah, give me some water.
Nah.
Bro, give me some water.
Fine. Damn.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae the braes and pu'd the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a right good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love
het haar en loeneada. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
Derby, 'twas on a market day. I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand. And every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete. And that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell. And it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English alehouse, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls bows of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bows of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
these melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him while the star of hope she leaves him. Meany cheerful twinkle lights me. Dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His Rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bows of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of the stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
I hope everybody enjoyed their break. Everybody did do whatever they needed, went to the gym, ate, slept, and are now ready for the final series of the day here with Harry and John. You're watching DreamLeague Season 26 close qualifiers in Southeast Asia, and we've got the Mongols versus Team Essence. But before we focus on the game, we need to focus a little bit on my co-caster. John, did you rest? Did you eat? Did you exercise? Did you manage to do everything humanly possible in these 2 hours?
I actually did eat, and I did take a small nap in the bed, but I didn't manage to work out, sadly. That's the one thing. I normally go on a little walk, usually for an hour or so around the village. This time around, just no time. You know, walking around. Casting takes energy. I want to be at my best with you, Harry Freak. So, you know, just kind of relaxed a bit, rested. Had some good chicken though, and that's going to set us up nicely for what should be a good series for the Mongols up against Team Essence. This is an interesting one because on paper, I think a lot of people expected Talon to be up here. Essence manages to make it through in very spectacular fashion themselves. Up against the Mongols, who have always been promising in the past few qualifiers. They did manage to take a 2-1 up against Execration. This should be a relatively evenly matched kind of matchup. And I'm curious to see how Essence kind of brings out their best up against Mongols, because Mongols as a squad has been together for a little bit longer. You know, this is a team that has had some opportunities. They've stayed in boot camps together. I know that they tend to head out in Malaysia right now. I do believe they went back home. I'm not sure if they went back out because of like visa stuff. So I'm not sure if they're all back in Malaysia for this qualifier. Chances are they are. And again, this is a team that has shown a lot of promise. They've been steadily improving. They've had former Execration coach JL on their side now since the start of this year, around that time period, and it's helped kind of build up these ideas that the side of Mongols has had. Whereas in comparison to Team Essence, I don't think that same support structure necessarily exists. You know, I'm fairly certain that most of them are playing remotely for the most part. You know, stuff like a coach, probably not quite in that team's scope yet. But the promise is there, of course, as we've seen in that first series up against Talon, taking it 2-1 up against, again, one of the teams that everyone has put as likely to just qualify through, along with Boom Esports, giving them a rough road into the lower bracket where things are a lot dicier for Talon considering the form we saw them last time. So, Essence is not a team that you can sleep on, but knowing how the Mongols kind of works, I would say they are slightly favored coming in. The wild card factor of Essence is there. I mean, again, that confidence boost in beating up Talon. We saw Akashi popping off in all chat. That is something that can kind of carry through despite having a little bit of a break before the series for both of these teams.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out for them. I mean, coming back to that break, right? Let's say, would you, if you're playing a competitive match, would you enjoy the 2-hour break, or do you think that would be too much and might actually get you a bit sleepy?
I would say it's too much. I personally think a 2-hour break is a little bit much. I think ideally half an hour to an hour, depending on how close the previous series was for them. In this case, it's quite a long break because these were our first series of the day. These teams played the first series of the day in parallel, so they've had pretty much half a day to rest off. That does give you some time to form some ideas. It also, yeah, it's one thing with esports games. I don't think you can really keep players on ice in the same way that you kind of just keep warming up as a actual physical sport. You know, there's a point where it's kind of like a long pause in a game, right? Where if a pause lasts more than 10 minutes, your brain kind of just fries. And I think the same kind of goes with esports. So that can also just completely reset. Maybe none of those factors for Essence really carry through, although we have seen, again, teams that gain that confidence, carry through that confidence throughout multiple days. I think the best example of that has been the Kukuis and Geek Fam back when they were still in the region. So I think it's a mix of factors. Like the instant adrenaline high probably fades away, but the confidence in yourself, that confidence boost, certainly is still there for the most part in some shape or form here for Essence. And again, that could play a pretty good factor coming into the Mongols. Mind you, Mongols is not an underconfident team. They are filled with confident players. DJ is the silent type who just plays his own game. Aonkyu is, picking up the ropes on the Pause 1 and a higher level. He has been in the scene for a while, but his exposure to qualifiers recently has been a lot better than in the past. Castaway has proven himself to be a really good captain throughout his time on Neon and now into the Mongols, of course. And Bob, probably the loudest guy in that team. Like, Bob is the guy who will gas you up, who will keep the mood light, and he will let you know when he's having a good game. He will also let you know when he's having a very bad game, as he tends to spam the same voice lengths when he's dying and when he's finding kills. So that is one thing with the Mongols. They are, I wouldn't say they're categorically a loud team, but just having Bob on your team kind of makes you a loud team by nature, Bob. That's just how he is.
Okay, so at the moment, it seems that Team Essence might need a substitute. I'm not sure what has happened, but there is a possible emergency, so of course we don't know the details of it, so hopefully all of it does get resolved and we do get ourselves into the match. But overall, I like that you mentioned Bob. Bob has probably been like the most fun player I've ever cast. It is insane, like how volatile, crazy, call it whatever you want, this guy is. Like, one game he can solo win the game, one game he can solo lose the game. It is very, very weird.
Yeah, it is. I think when you describe it that way, it makes me think of a classic old player, Mr. Yike, Mr. Mid-One, which I do miss. I miss him in the scene. I feel like, you know, there was always some pub beef with him, but he's actually genuinely a very nice person. I'm not just saying that, you know, I truly mean it. I've actually managed to catch the guy outside hotels and talk to him, and he's very chill. And every time in interviews, he's actually a pretty easy to talk to guy. It's just Dota probably makes you a different person, but it reminds me of Mid-One. Mid-One is the most apt description of that. He will single-handedly win you the game and single-handedly lose you the game, in the same vein of Eternal Envy, although on Envy, I would say the 50-50 is the biggest coin flip of your life. And Bob kind of does the same thing, but he is... it's not as unreasonable when Bob does crazy stuff. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is, but he doesn't do like the crazy I'm gonna hang in the trees for 10 minutes as Monkey King instead of farming because I want to try to make a play, and does nothing for 10 minutes. Bob's a little bit more reasonable, and you know, so I will hand Bob that. But
it's
I
very
love that.
reasonable to dive tier 3 with your Batrider mid lane in minute 5. That's very, very reasonable. I agree. We got the info what's happening. Akashi is experiencing a power outage. So right now we are seeing what the options are. And does look like we are still aren't sure. Castaway is giving some genius ideas to go 1 versus 1, to go 4 versus 4. I doubt that those ideas are gonna be taken into account, but it would be quite fun, right?
It would be. Eventually, I want at some point for a consideration like that just to be done, just for the heck of it. And that would be very, very funny. Unfortunately, it's not something that we will ever get done. It brings back to mind, Mr. Hey Rafika, a long, long time ago, there was a TI qualifier, or some sort of qualifier, a major qualifier or TI qualifier, where a certain team named Signal Ultra were playing up against TNC Predator back in the day. And there was a power outage for about 40 minutes. And we did actually pause for around 40 minutes until March said, enough's enough. We're going to unpause. They did, I believe they did reconnect 10 minutes after the fact, which was rather unfortunate. Or did they even reconnect? I think they slowly streamed back in, but the connection was highly unstable. And that was the one moment I've seen that we did get an unpause on a 5-man disconnect. That was the only time. And again, it's not like we didn't wait. That was almost an hour wait. So this time around, of course, there is time. And fortunately enough, hopefully we fix everything back for the side of Team Essence. Again, my boy Akashi, good old fellow Mindanaoan from my island in the Philippines, is experiencing power issues, which does tend to happen. Just the nature of things down south, sometimes in more rural areas, which his city's technically not that rural, but you know, it's not the biggest city in the world. So
when that
it
happens,
can be a little bit sporadic.
How long is there? Does it usually last for a short period of time, or?
That's where it gets fun. You don't know how long it lasts. You don't know if it's a rotating blackout because there's a supply issue down the line. You don't know if a transformer blew, if the voltage just dropped, what they need to repair. Did the line get cut from a truck bumping into it, you know, shipping around stuff? You don't know. Yeah, you got to call the power company. Hopefully, Akashi's figuring that out. You know, worst comes to worst, there's probably an internet cafe within 5 kilometers from him that should be able to get that done. So we'll have to see, but, you know, hopefully it sorts itself out.
Yeah, hopefully it does. Unfortunately, production doesn't want us on camera any longer. They say you are too pretty, and if we keep you for too long, nobody's going to be interested in Dota any longer. So that's why we are going to be taking a break. Once we do know when things are going to be continuing. Me and John are going to be back here to inform you with hopefully good news about the series. So see you, and who knows when.